Business and life in general has become increasingly dependent on the internet. We can't spend a day without going through the multitude of web apps or mobile apps to obtain services that we desire. As a result, the internet realm has become a battlefield for all the enterprises. However, the only way for a company to attain success is to provide users with an engaging and desirable user experience. And that's where the concept of user interface steps in. User interface creates a layer of interaction that appeals to the human senses and makes them use the company's product more often. Now, to get this done, there are a plethora of designing tools out there, but one that is the most significant or the closest to designers of this day and age is Figma. Figma provides an awesome platform where UI/UX designers and developers could collaborate to create compelling software products and designs. And with today's session, we are going to touch upon all the powerful features of Figma. But before we go ahead and do that, I would like to ask you guys to subscribe to the Intellipaat YouTube channel so that you never miss any update from Intellipaat. On that note, let's first discuss the agenda for this session. So we're going to begin this session on a very friendly note by covering what this tool Figma is all about. Then we will have a thorough overview of Figma and its benefits as a design tool. Next, we will look into the basics of UI design, and here we will cover fundamental concepts such as design principles, color theory, and what is interface design, etc. After we are well equipped with basic knowledge, we will talk about creating wireframes of layout and structure, and creating interactive prototypes to demonstrate user flow. We will also brief you about advanced design techniques, what are design systems, and how to implement them. Coming towards the conclusion of this session, we will talk about the procedure of handing over the design to the development team. Besides that, we will also cover some of the most commonly asked UI/UX interview questions. I hope all of you are clear with the agenda, so let's dive into the session.
If you are a designer or a developer, you have probably heard of Figma. But what is Figma and why is it such a popular tool? In this video, we will take a deep dive into Figma and explore its features and benefits. Now, Figma is a cloud-based design tool that allows you to collaborate with others in real time. It's similar to other design tools like Sketch and Adobe XD, but with a few key differences. The Figma interface is clean and intuitive with a design that's focused on usability. You can create wireframes, mockups, and prototypes, as well as design complete user interfaces. One of the biggest benefits of Figma is its collaboration features. You can work on the same file with others in real time, leave comments and feedback, and even watch as others make changes to the design. Figma also has powerful design system features which allows you to create and manage reusable design components. This can save you a lot of time and effort, especially if you are working on a complex project with many different screens and components. Another key feature of Figma is its version control system, which keeps track of changes to your design files over time. This can be incredibly helpful when you are collaborating with others, as you can easily roll back to a previous version of the design if needed. Figma also has a wide range of integrations with other tools, including Slack, Trello, and GitHub. This makes it easy to integrate Figma into your existing workflow and collaborate with others in your team. Figma has several pricing plans, including a free plan for individuals and small teams. The paid plan offers more advanced features and collaboration options, as well as unlimited file storage and access to premium support. So to sum up, Figma is a cloud-based design tool that offers real-time collaboration, powerful design system features, version control, and integration with other tools. Whether you are a designer or developer, Figma is a great tool to help you streamline your workflow and work more efficiently with others.
I think first is that if we go into Figma, I think this is something which everyone knows, that Figma is a cloud-based software and Figma has its presence in cloud as well as in as a web version of the app. And I think all of you must be knowing that Figma, there is also an Android app for Figma to test prototypes. So you can install that Android app and then you can test your prototypes in your mobile phone. Right. So what are things that they're like setting a Figma account, creating workspace? So one, because it is an advanced class, so I want to share the class one advanced technique which will help you not to pay for Figma. So the technique is that, like, if you know about Figma's homepage, this is where you see we can create a new design file, or we can create a new FigGem file, or we can import a file. And these are basically my draft section. So whatever you see here are my draft files. Now draft files are basically infinite. You can create an infinite number of draft files. And if you go into a typical draft file, say I created a draft file, and how do I know that this is in draft? Because it is in draft/untitled. And I can name the file as test. Let's write it test1. If you see this particular project, test1, I can keep on adding number of pages, and then there is no limitation to it, right? But what happens is that if I create so many test project files, then at one point of time, your draft becomes extremely untidy. Because this is how Figma's pricing was designed, that Figma was never designed, user was never given a chance to actually, have a elaborate sort order or grouping order of draft file. So they expected that designers will be overwhelmed. They'll be happy to create a lot of files. And then when they create a lot of files, what will happen is that this particular place, draft, will become cluttered. And people will like to organize their files. So to organize their files, Figma created a concept called team. And when you go to team, this part, if you create a new team, the first thing is that we write the name of the team, that this we name as capstone project. So imagine a concept where you will soon face when you will create your capstone project. Let's say capstone projects, right? Create a team. And if you're doing the project on your own, then it's okay. But if it is a group project, then you will write the name of your collaborators. That maybe person 1, person 2, person 3, or maybe more collaborators are there, or I can skip it for now. Then this is where Figma asks money from me. This is the pricing plan of Figma. And what it says that for starter teams, I have 3 files, 3 pages, and 1 project. But if I'm a professional, I can get unlimited file, unlimited pages, unlimited project. So if I choose a starter page, so this is capstone project, and right now this is a team project. So I get only 1 team project, by the way. But here I have not created any project right now. I mean, there is no actual Figma file inside it. So I create new project. Sorry, I come here, I go to team project. So this is my team project basically. And I can, I can go to Prantik Banerjee. I can, I go inside this team project and I can create 1 design file. And this design file is called capstone project 1. So this is my first project. Then I create another design file, which is called capstone project 2. So we talked about creating 3 capstone projects. The next one is called capstone project 3. It can be a health app. It can be an app related to maybe an e-commerce app. It can be related to a portal for, booking flight tickets, whatever. 3 projects that I'm doing. This is my portfolio. Now I go to the first capstone project. Here I start with my introduction. So this is like overview of the project. Then I create the second page as research and user insights. Perfect. Then I go to the third page. I create directions and explorations. Then I try to create, low fidelity flow. My God, Figma is asking for money. Then what do? How do I organize my file? I'm in a big problem now. So what I do is that I compromise. I write it as my designs. I call it as research. I call it as explorations. But there is a way you can actually tackle it. And it's a hack. What we can do. So this is a limitation, right? If I want to organize my files in teams, then this becomes a limitation. And this is where Figma is asking for money. Now, why is it important for people to put their projects in teams? Because in teams, you can actually, imagine like this is my team and I have lot of projects, like I have projects related to my maybe all e-commerce explorations are here, all like health related explorations are there, all B2B explorations are there. It helps you to organize. Imagine you have these kind of project headings, and inside you have n number of files with n number of what do you say pages inside. So all these things are very important for organizing your file. And why it becomes even more important in an enterprise scenario? Let's imagine, suppose you are working in what is it called, that 99 acres company, I think InfoEdge. Yes, suppose you have joined InfoEdge, and InfoEdge has shadi.com, InfoEdge has 99 acres, lot of things InfoEdge has. So you will be in a particular project, you will be under that, you'll be part of a team of, say, backend experience. Under backend experience, there will be multiple projects. Under multiple projects, there will be multiple files. Under multiple files, there will be multiple pages. So for an enterprise, if you are opening your design studio, or if you are creating a freelance project, there is no way you cannot escape this. But there is a hack through which you can escape it with at least one project. You cannot create multiple projects. I do not have a hack for that. What you can do is that you delete this capstone project, you go to draft, and in your draft, like this test 2 or test 1, let me delete this. This test 1, let's open. And here I can make it capstone project 3, right? And here I can add any number of pages I want. Let's add 50 pages. And once I have like 51 pages, once I have 51 pages, what I'll do is that I will go to this drop down. I will go to move to project, and in move to project, I will move it in Prantik Banerjee's team project move. What just happened is that my, this particular team, this capstone project 3 now has 51 pages. Before, the free Figma was giving only 3 pages. Now you have 51 pages. And till Adobe fixes it, you can use it. So now you can organize at least one, like you can have 3 projects, right? You can have overview, you can have all those different sections, which in your interview you can take your the recruiters through. So overview, you can have research, you can have user interviews, you can have personas, and you share this Figma with everyone. So everyone sees the special sections, personas. Then you have information architecture. Because usually what happens is that when you are creating information architecture, you may go through into some exploration phase, and then the final thing will come. And then you will have, say, user flows, and then you will have low-fis, then you have high-fis, and then you will have, say, prototype, and then you will have testing, and then this is like learning. Once you are satisfied, you can put like this also as a page divider or something. You can add it, like add this kind of lines, and then you can add, say, exploration. All explorations, you move it here, explorations, and then this is like iterations, right? And this particular page, you can name it like this. And all these pages you don't want, so you can you have to delete it one by one. Yeah, there is no way you can multi-select, but you can delete these pages. So once you are comfortable with it, you keep 1 or 2 pages in reserve, so that but then I will show you what happens the other way. So basically you can delete all these pages. 3 or more than 3 project team cannot have. So now capstone 3 too I created, but if you see capstone 2 project, it has only 3 pages, right? I cannot create more than 3 pages. So I'm in the same problem with capstone 2 project. What I'll do is that I'll delete capstone 2 project. Let me copy the name at least, we'll save some time. So I'll go here, I will delete capstone 2 project. Now I'll go to draft, and there is this, new untitled which I have opened. I'll name it as Capstone 2 project. Now here I will add the number of pages as I want. For safety, I will add 100 pages. Let's add 33 pages, right? And then what I'll do is that I will go to this drop down and I'll move to project, team project. Clear? So this is for a personal designer, individual designer. It may sound like, why do I need to organize and do stuff like that? But suppose you start freelancing and you want to keep the projects for one client at one place. Because what will happen is, that you will have a client project, then another client's project, then personal project, then a class project, so it will be all mixed and jumbled together. And see how Figma carefully created the pricing. There is no way you can add filter or you can have a elaborate search or sort to organize it. It's just for organizing, they're asking money. Right. Okay, so this is the first important lesson for the class. How do you create and organize your files in Figma? Then let's see what else waits for us. I'll just delete all the not delete, I'll close all these files. Custom project Figma course. Okay. Then we have understanding Figma's interface, toolbar, properties panel, layers panel. In this thing, you might think that I know everything, but there are stuff which will happen that you have these many pages, and then you keep on creating explorations, and you start seeing a yellow message bar on the top saying that you have used 75% of the resources, and at one point of time you will see a red message bar saying that you have used 95% of the resources, and after that you will lose access to your file. Your file will become too heavy to open. So how do you keep track of that? It's like you go to file, you go to view, and you go to resource use. So when you go to resource use, this is something which opens on the left top. So total memory used in this file is 0.02 GB. And then there are 951 layers. So this gives you a summary of stuff which are used. See, I add one more frame here, one more resource added, 952. I create a copy, 953. Anything that you do here keeps on getting added here. And at one point of time, it becomes so many things. Like I have seen where it's 1 million or 100 million, and then this is like, say, 2 GB, and then it crashes because it is a SaaS software. It is not God. It is not infinitely strong, right? So you can keep it open. Again, file, view, resource use. And while you are keeping it open, you will be able to track your things, how things are going. This particular thing will go to the middle, and then it will again go beyond the middle part. This is where you should be careful. And if it is going closer to the danger zone, create a duplicate of the file, remove all the previous step, create version 1, version 2 files. Otherwise, your work will be gone forever. You will not be able to realize it unless you get the yellow message bar. The file needs to be extremely cluttered to get that yellow message bar. Now we will talk about some foundations. I think all of you must be knowing about frames, right? And you must be knowing that frames are where we do our design, and we have so many custom frame sizes which we work on. If you're working on desktop, we can choose the kind of devices. We can choose, we can create our custom frames also. Like we can drag and drop, and this is where we can add, or this is kind of, I make it 1920, 1080. This everyone knows, right? But then there will be some kind of small tips and tricks which I will try to share. That this is my frame 1, and I copy it. This is my frame 2. I do Control D, frame 3, frame 4, frame 5. Now imagine that, and by the way, class, there is an example which I pull from a website called Page Flows. If anyone have attended my class before, they will see. This is a website where you see all standard screens from multiple products someone has created. So you can go to desktop, and you can go to let's go to user flows. and maybe go to travel, Airbnb, booking a room on Airbnb. I'll put it here. So here the tip that I want to share to everyone is that sometimes you are working on multiple screens, right? Let me delete it. Let me create a simulation of a real world situation where you have, usually it looks dirtier, but this is a more or less real life scenario where you have so many frames, right? And navigating between all these frames, the one thing that all of you must be knowing is to keep your control pressed and zooming in like this and panning like this. So there are ways with which you will be presenting your design, and this is a very, very fundamental need that you will have to present your design while you are doing your job, while you are giving your interviews and all. So at times, in this particular flow, if you see, what happens is that if you have an interactive click through, usually what happens is that you go to the first frame, you go to prototype, you click on this thing, and then it's the entire screen that you're presenting, right? But then suppose you want to present your screen, like this by dragging. Usually while, we are in a design review, we usually drag and, show that from here, I click here, I come here, then I click here, this thing comes, then I click here, this thing comes. So sometimes in between a project, people want to focus on this screen. So you select this frame and you do shift 2. Shift 2 actually makes the screen fit to the design, like the workspace. You click outside, do shift 2, see everything. And then you click on one particular flow, shift 2, you again go there and start dragging. Then you click outside, that means nothing is selected, shift 2, zoom out. Right. Another thing is that control tilde, control and backslash, if you do, it makes the whole thing full screen. So it's extremely useful for presenting. You can do control and the backslash, control backslash to bring it back and again. So control backslash, select a frame, shift 2. So now you can see your entire design can be experienced in a big frame, right? Important for manipulating or going navigation basically. So, and if you want to go back, you can again press control and backsplash, you can come back. So this is a way of how you can modify these things. Now another thing is that there is a process of creating a frame. I will create a frame. Maybe I will go 1920,080, 1920,080. Then I'll do shift 2. That means it is extend in my workspace. Now I can go to Unsplash, or I can select this copy image and I can paste it here, Control V. So it will be in this frame. So if you see in the layers panel, this frame is there, and inside the frame an image is there, right? But if I see from the other way around, like if I select this, copy this image, and I have no frame selected and I paste it outside, then this particular thing is actually without a frame. So are you seeing the difference? This is within a frame, this is outside a frame. So how do I put this thing in a frame? There are two ways to do it. I will show you the longer route and then the shorter route first. First is that you get the dimension. Once you select it, in the right hand side, you see the respective properties. So this is the properties panel. And here you see 1920,024. So what you can do is that you can create a frame which is 1920,024. 1920,024. And then you can drag it inside this frame. Right? So this is one way you can do it. The other way how you can do it is that you can select the image, right click, frame selection. It directly converts an image into frame, puts the image inside the frame, top align, left align, right align. So these are like some of the smaller, finer nuances of handling your frames and these things on a daily basis. Because At times you do not have the interface, you have just the screen, and you want to create a prototype through this link only. How do you do it? Just with images. So you have to create an image, take an image, convert it into a frame, and then start working on it. Now let us go into this design basics. So we will try to now spend some time on design basics, and we are currently in the design basics class. So there will be some links which I may share with the class, that these are some principles of visual design which you can all refer to, that this is the high level understanding of visual design, and at the end of the thing they NN Group publish it as a PDF file also. So you can see the PDF file, which is kind of a gist, that principles of scale. So there are 5 visual design principles in UX. I have posted to everyone. Yes. First one is scale. Second one is visual hierarchy. Third one is balance. Fourth is contrast. And fifth is gestalt. So you may have learned about this. I have learned these things 20 years back, and still it's good to recap these things, because there is no end to dive into these things. There is always more to learn from these things. So the first thing is that the principle of scale refers to using relative size to signal importance and rank in a composition. So 2 ways to consume this information. First is that if you go to the first link, there is a lot of detailed information. That this principle is commonly used. Almost every good visual design takes advantage of it. The principle of scale refers to using relative size to signal importance and rank. In other words, when the principle is used properly, most important elements in a design are bigger than the ones that are less important. How important is this statement? Now, when you are creating a design system and you are creating typographic scales, then the most important things become bolder and bigger, and the least important things start becoming smaller and smaller. So, and also CTAs are bigger, secondary buttons are smaller, link buttons are even insignificant. So the principle of scale is across everything that we see in interfaces. When something is big, it's more likely to be noticed, as simple as that. So a visually pleasing design generally uses no more than 3 different sizes. Having a range of differently sized elements will not only create variety, but it will also establish a visual hierarchy. Be sure to emphasize the most important aspect of your design by making them biggest. When the principle of scale is used properly and the right elements are emphasized, users will easily parse the visual and know how to use it. So medium for iPhone, if you see, popular articles are visually larger than other articles. The scale directs user to potentially more interesting articles, right? So then again, if you see this signage in this parking garage in Krakow, the most important piece of information, zone H, which is where you currently are in the parking garage, is the largest in size. So when you go to Pinterest, and so, like for example, this particular thing. So this is something which, which I haven't created yet in the class, but something which is related to scale. This is a very nice example, and we can see how we can leverage Figma to, easily convert this thing. So keeping all these things aside, let's go into this particular example. So the first principle is scale. So when we go here, we will also go through a lot of Figma techniques also. So the first thing is that this particular frame size is 474, 677. So I can make a copy of this. I can right click, I can make it frame selection, and I can go inside and delete this image. So I can immediately get a frame, but the frame is the same color. It's a frame without a fill. So I can add a fill, and this is how I can quickly get a frame of the same size, right? Which we discussed before. Now, in order to have the same amount of, the same fill as this blue color, I will go to fill, I will select this eyedropper, and I can select this. I will do Control Z. I can also do I and select this, right? Eyedropper tool quickly. Now there comes 3, 2, 4. So I'll click 3 and I will make it bigger. Okay, like this. Make it bold. Try to find a font which is similar. My goodness, fonts are ridiculous. This one looks good. Shortcut to navigate through fonts. Just click on the font and up, down arrow. Okay, Pooja. Trying to find the closest one. Ridiculous fonts. Anyways. This one. Hanuman font, bold. Okay. Then I select I, click here. First one is selected. Now this is particularly, this is raster and vector are two different type of image formats. So we must first understand what is raster, what is vector. And as a UX designer, you will be working on pixels and you should know what is pixels and what does pixel create. So let us understand this by going into getting any image, like say little bit of a different color will help. Okay, let's see this one, copy image and go here and paste. Right. Now see this particular image. When I zoom in, can you see all these small squares? All these small squares, each square is called a pixel. So when all these squares are placed next to each other and there are a lot of squares and we try to see it from a distance, our eye does not differentiate between all these small squares, rather perceive this image as this particular composition. If we go to like a bigger image, I can go to file and I can do place image. And if I go to downloads, there are some big images like this one or this one. Now this particular image is a big image. Now if I place it over here, see this is a super big image, much bigger than this one. But what happens is that this particular image also, if I zoom in, I will see that it is made up of nothing but small squares. So what is same between these two images is that all these two images are made up of squares, small squares, which are called pixels. Those two make these two images as raster images. Now raster images are images which are made out of small pixels, and they have a limitation to scale, because if the image is small, let me get a 72 pixel image, a very small image like this one. If I copy this image, okay, this is also not that small. So the smaller we get images, yeah, this one maybe also big, low resolution. So the smaller the image is, the smaller in size, and you may have seen these problems happening, right? That if you take an image which is low resolution, a low resolution image is basically an image where you don't see these crisp details, you see rather pixels. So low resolution image is something which you should never use in your interface design. This is the first principle. And why images are low resolution or high resolution is because this particular image is 564 width and 659 height. That means there are 564 squares horizontally and 659 squares vertically. Together, this is basically the resolution. So when we say a mobile display is nothing but, say, iPhone 14. Basically, iPhone 14 will have 390 pixel horizontally and 844 pixels vertically. Whatever design you create will be within these pixels, right? Now, let me give you an example of vector. I will use a plugin here for the sake of simplicity. I will use a plugin called Iconify, and we will learn about plugins in detail, by the way. But let's say we have this particular plugin, we have this particular icon. Now see, you might say that this is such a small icon, right? But this icon is not raster. This icon is vector. So if I select this, if I bring it outside And if I select this thing and if I scale it up, at no point of time this small insignificant icon can be even much bigger than this image also, yet you will never be able to see the small the squares, because it is not made of squares. It is made up of a geometric, it's made up of an equation basically. So in 3D geometry it is called NURBS, in graphic design it is called vector, and this is how it is basically. And anyone who is not familiar with 3D, please forget this. You can understand that a vector image can be scaled to any size. It can be scaled down, it can be scaled up. No matter whether you are scaling it up or down, like I will give you an example. This image was so big, but if I do Windows Shift S, and if I create a screenshot of this image, and if I paste it in Figma, now see, this particular image now has become a low resolution image. So this is a low resolution image conversion of the same big image. Now both of them look similar, but if I zoom in, this starts exploding much before than this image. So I can use this low resolution image and put it in this iframe frame, in this iPhone frame basically. And because, so what happens is that if you folks have observed that this particular image height is lesser than the iPhone frame height. iPhone frame height is 844 pixel, but this image is 751 pixel. So if I stretch it, one thing you should understand is that the size of pixels is defined. So what happens is that the pixels are more visible now. That means you have created a poor interface. So whenever you are using this kind of full length background image, it can be illustration or anything like, and you paste it over here, right? Now see, this is a small image, so you have to respect it. Do not scale it. If you scale it, it starts getting pixelated. Pixelated means this is what you will see in the interface. Will your users be happy? They will think that I'm paying 100 rupees a month and I'm getting pixels. But once you do not scale it in this particular resolution, you will not be able to see any pixel problem, because the size of squares of this image respects the size of squares of this screen, and they are meant for each other. So now the so now the question comes that so this particular image, when we see, this is created of pixels, so there is no information of typography. Now you will ask me, whatever I type here, is it raster or vector? This is vector, because I can change the size to 4000 also. I don't know if Figma will take, but 4000, let me see. Yeah, such a big size, and yet you will not be able to see, never be able to see those squares. See, no matter how much we zoom in this corner, it will be always as sharp and crisp as it was before. Shift to the same shortcut. Now I go back, I will do Control Z, I'll bring it back. So that's why this particular frame, there is no way any plugin can detect the font from here. But there are plugins which we will discuss later on, that if you have a text which is still there, you can detect the font use. So now let's see, like I have changed it from Hanuman font to Hebrew font. So this is bold. Let me show masking, because masking is an important technique. Masking, what is masking is that, suppose you have a shape like rectangle, right? This is a shape. Now you have another shape which is ellipse. Let me color these things. Let me add these colors. Now when these two shapes, they overlap, then something happens is that I can use the shape which is behind to cut the overlapped area with the shape which is in front of it. So when I select both of them and I click on this particular middle icon on the top, which is called use as mask, then this is what happens. That means the intersection which was between the rectangle and the circle gets cut. Another example is that, imagine we have 3 and we have this this particular, thing. It's like Pathfinder tool, but Figma has a separate Pathfinder tool also where you can unite shape, subtract shape and all. It's like masking. So we send it to back. Now this text and this we will use at mask. So this is the overlap part is getting cut. So after I create the mask, if you see the layer looks like this mask group, and we have this 3 and we have the rectangle. Now we select the rectangle and I can change the direction of this rectangle. I can even make the rectangle bigger or smaller like this. I can even rotate the rectangle here, everyone. And when I talk about, this particular composition, now you all must be thinking that, oh, now there is not much work left. So that's absolutely true. We create it, we cut this thing with a rectangle. Be mindful, send it to back so that this is behind it. Also, this is the area which is the intersection. So the intersection area should be this much, which we want to keep, right? And then I select both of them, I do mask. So only this is left. Now I create a copy of this. This is where the problem starts happening. You have to observe this frame 40. When I create a copy of this, the mask, this particular thing, you see this half moon concept, and these are on top of it. This is not how it should be. I have to, let's name this as 3 masked. Now what I will do is that I will right click and I will do Control C, Control V. So I will go inside. I will select these 2. I will do Control C, Control V. Now I have one more mask inside this layer. So I'll use the right arrow to make it move like this. And now I will go to this 3 and I'll make it 2. Like this. But unlike the other one, this is masked from both sides. So if you go to this rectangle has to cover both sides of it. Like this. So we can change the overlapped area. Now I select, these 2 things you have to select and use the arrow tool to move it on top of it like this. Then choose 2, I select this thing. So the color also change. Now we select rectangle and this 2, Control C, Control V. Another copy, select this 2 and rectangle and move them to the right. Move them little down also. Now select here, make it 4. With this 4, I will use this rectangle to get, maximum of this. Like this. Now I can select all these 6 things and move them to the right, like this. So I'll select 4 and I'll select I and select this. So the color also changed. Then I will use line tool to actually create these vertical lines. Where did it go? Pen tool. Make it white color. Control X. Go to this masked layer. Put it Control V. Now this is a very important thing, that this vector shape should not be part of a mask. This vector shape should be outside. Now see, the vector shape is outside. You can put it on top of the last mask layer also. Oh, there is a tendency for this thing to go inside. So now you have this line, you zoom in, bring to front, and we have white color. Yeah, now you can see it. Make it 2 pixels wide, and I will make it little longer. What we are left with is, so with this we will also learn about visual hierarchy. So as we learn about scale, but if you see, there are also different type of typography hierarchy going on, the size of this text and all. So let me select one of these circles, and in this circle we will create a rectangle, and this is the overlap area. I will put this rectangle behind. Then I will select, let's select the circle and make it magenta color. I will do mask. So I am left with this. Now I'll go to the rectangle and I can make it, wider. If I press on Alt, it will go on both directions like this. So now I can select, both this mask group, Control X, and I can put it here. This mask group, I can put it over here. So this is a common thing that might happen, that it will try to enter into one of the masks. So this mask group has to be outside. I mean, inside this frame, outside. Now it's inside the frame, but I can go to this mask group, select the ellipse, make it smaller in size, like this. Then I can choose this mask group to be, like this. Take the rectangle, select the ellipse, move it little left and right, like this. Even make the ellipse smaller also if needed. Now all that is left is, these are like very small stuff left. So you can add the type faces. This is webpostdesign.com. Size is too big. So if you have the mask rectangle of the thing, right? So imagine that this is the mask group. So I take it outside. This is the mask group, and this is the rectangle, and the rectangle you add a stroke. So the stroke will have an inside width or outside width. So it will not be, I mean, the stroke will not create any interference. You can have strokes also with the shape. Even the fill color of the shape will also not matter. You may not have a fill color also. Oh, fill color is required, sorry. But stroke is not mandatory. Stroke you may or may not have. It will not reflect. Right. So then this particular text, I will add it to this frame. And as soon as you add anything to this kind of complex frames, then this tries to go inside a, we'll see what is a stroke. Yeah, so this is E, and you can actually add fill color to it. I'm trying to show you the last part of it. Reports design.com. Now this particular composition, folks, this was a raster image, right? Now, but what we did is that we created a vector version of the raster design. So this actually changed our poster from a constraint of a small size to an infinite size poster now. Now we can make this poster super big. I'll show you how. So papers.design.com will make it 10 size and bring it little down. So this is a particular observation, folks. And for people who have not used it, in Figma, you can add these scales. So you can bring a scale and you can see the alignment of objects, from the top also. This is how you know that all this text, they are left aligned to 3. So what I will do is that I will get a copy of this thing here, like this, and like this. And this particular thing will be, these are like small observation, folks, which we usually miss. Even experienced designers miss it. Reports.design.com. Then we have social media, we have photography, we have design. All these things, you can change the gap between this text. Okay, now see, one problem is happening is that as soon as I'm trying to write on this thing, the other stuff, they are trying to interfere. So I will use a very important thing here, which is the lock command. So if I lock all these mask commands, then they become locked. Then I can go inside I can interact. So this mask group also locked. Then I can even hide them also. Like I hide all this stuff. And I'll come back later on. Now I can actually go inside this and I can move it to 2 pots, TWOPOTS. Draw vector between 3 and 2. How did I draw the vertical lines, I guess, right? With a pen tool. So with a pen tool, you can draw, these kind of vertical lines. You can keep on drawing also. You can create these nice maze kind of designs like this. So these are vector lines. Okay, 2 parts, and then we have another copy of this thing. Maybe now I have more non-intrusion to work with. I'll make a copy of this. But now I will take another ruler, and then this particular thing is on the left, like this. Let's keep it, let's make it VR creatives. VR creatives. And then we have, I think, 324 behavior exclusa. So now it's a rip-off of the poster. How ruler will come? Any shortcut? You have to just drag and drop it. Whatever frame you drop, this ruler will come. So another important thing is that the rulers are frame specific. So imagine that I have a frame like this. Like I have a frame like this, frame 40, and I have another frame. Now, if I bring a ruler from here, this will be see on image 40. And if I bring it on this thing, this is on image 41. So they stay on the frame. And they can stay on the canvas also, like this. The unit for ruler is pixel only. Unlike any other tool, we cannot convert the ruler into millimeter or centimeter or other units. So it is per pixel. So it is basically everything that you see is based on pixels. So, okay, another important thing that I will share is that how, if suppose in your design you have lot of rulers, right? And for proper alignment and all, you have got lot of rulers in every page, and try to look into all these details, right? How do you do that? And this will basically, every frame will have lot of lines, right? You want to show someone the clean design. So you can go here and you can make rulers on and off. If you click this thing, then the rulers will be hidden. But once you click this thing, the rulers will be back, right? So the rulers are also very important thing for, these kind of visual alignments. Now, this particular thing was raster, and this particular thing is vector. So if I create a copy of this thing, and if I want to scale it, what will happen is that the frame will scale, but the, this 3 to 4 is not scaling. So for scaling, I will use a command, which is over here, which is, where is it? I write, actually we press K for scaling. Yeah, here, scale, K. So once you click K, then on the right hand side, this is a fantastic new enhancement of Figma's UX, that this is how you can scale objects. So if it is clicked on the center, it will start scaling from the center. If it is on the left corner and you say that make it exactly two times bigger, exactly 2 times bigger, the design becomes. Or I make it like 6 times bigger, it becomes 6 times bigger, like this. Now, one thing you may have observed, that where are those white lines? Where did they go? So this is one of the 6 classes. We'll all cover all those things. And here, if you see these white lines, like if I make a copy of this, the white lines are not part of the frame. So sometimes it may happen that the white lines are, these objects are not part of the frame. So we have to select these things, do Control X, select the frame and do Control V. Now this is part of the frame, but then another one of the lines, all these lines, I think they went inside vector 9 and vector 8. So these 2 things I will select and I will put it outside. Now they are part of the frame. So if you have this particular thing, and now if I select on this, corner scale and make it say 10 times bigger, now you see this has become a 10 times big poster, and everything has scaled with it, and nothing is getting a problem. Nothing is, breaking or getting pixelated and all, like this. And I can always make it 1x size, and it will be back to where it was. So then another important thing is that suppose I want to send this thing for print. Someone may use Figma for actually creating these posters, send it for print. because when you will be part of an organization, there will be events, there will be, your colleagues will reach out to you. Can you make a small poster for upcoming Diwali celebration? And as a design team, these odd requests keep coming to us. So what you can do is that you can use Figma to create a poster, but then someone will say that, hey, make it a big size, we'll put it in the entrance. So make it 5 times. And now what we can do is right click, we can export this particular thing. So I will do is that copy as, either you can do copy as SVG and paste, or what you can do is that you go to this move tool back, and then you can do is that you can go to export, and from the export command you can export this as a PNG high resolution. You can even make it 4 times bigger and export 3 masked exporting, and this will become a huge image, by the way, folks. So in downloads, I have exported this image. I will go to downloads, and now if I open this image, so for folks who know this is only 7% of the image. If I make it say 100% or 1:1, this is such a huge image. You can print it in the size of a hoarding also. I'm not able to find the fonts. This is so big. So you can use Figma to create extremely big size designs like this. So from small mobile screens to large hoardings, you can create everything. So sometimes you may need to, create a rounded cornered rectangle. So these are, when you draw a rectangle, you get all these corners, and then you can actually pull these corners to make it like a capsule. And you can go inside these shapes and you can control these respective things. What becomes difficult is that this particular interface is little confusing. You don't know which corner it is, in which order. Is it clockwise, anti-clockwise? So you have to go through the tooltips. On hovering, you will see this is the top left, this is the top right, bottom right, and bottom left. That means it is in a clockwise direction. So this particular thing, if you make it 0, the shape becomes like this. So suppose you are working on a chat interface, and then you are creating, these kind of small chat experiences. So you can actually, create, small capsules like this one, and then the other one is, this is the top right, this is the bottom left. These kind of conversations we see, right, in chat experiences and all. So you can, and usually chat experiences are to and from experiences. So you have one left and one right like this, small these things. Okay, so what is this thing? So basically, when you see Figma, these shapes, they have a lot more to do. So let us understand these shapes and understand what are their potentials. So when you create a rectangle, this rectangle has 4 corners, and there are different times you may need to change these corners. So if you go to this, click this particular control on the right, you see that these are independent corner control, and this particular thing is a master corner control. So when you change anything here, like you add 50, then 50 corner radius is added across. And this is very, very important. If you are creating cards, if you are creating grids, if you are creating dashboards, anything, you may want to, this is a style of today, is that whatever you see in these interfaces, let's create a quick a web interface, and then this is kind of a card, and usually the cards are a little bit less, this kind of gray, and then the cards also has some kind of a effect, so a little bit of drop shadow, and the blur is maybe 50 and the opacity is maybe 5. So this is some kind of a soft card thing that comes up. So this is where we go inside and we can actually control it from this top level. I mean the corner radius. You keep on adding at 1000 and it becomes like a capsule only. And you change the size of this capsule to orange or whatever yellow. This is like a capsule. And now you change the length and breadth of this. Suppose you are working on a progress bar, right? So this is a progress bar experience. So you have this thing, and you have this is a capsule made from a rectangle, right? and you can change the height of it, make it center aligned, and all these things will happen. But what happens when you want to control the corners independently? You can make the first, so this is a tooltip. So basically you click on this left top, which is top left corner radius. I make it 0. This is what happens. Top right corner radius 0. This is a boat. And the reason why I created a boat is to show you the Illustrator Pathfinder tools here. So these are the Pathfinder tools which I'll show next. So the same control goes for this also, where you have this corner radius and you can change for all, and everything goes to like the smoothest one, which is a circle. And here, if you go to the third one, you can make it 0. It becomes a steamer. And then the fourth one also 0. And you can control independently whatever corner radius you want to keep, even different also. 50 for one, 500 for one, 1000 for the other, whatever you want. So these might seem like, why do we want to do this? But if we will do a small animation also of a progress bar, of a loading bar, and then we will understand that, wow, knowing these shapes are immensely helpful. God knows whether you will work in a fitness company and work on a dashboard concept. So while you're working on a dashboard concept, you have to create all those interactions using these basic shapes. So if you do not know about these basic shapes, you will be under big problem, right? So this is how you can change this corner radius and everything. Now, this particular control is called fill, and this is called stroke. So if I add stroke, and if I keep on changing the density of stroke, so this is basically in the inside of the shape, 125 pixel black border is coming. It can go outside also, or it can be center. That means 50% inside, 50% outside. That's why if you see this triangle, before this triangle was touching the edge, now this triangle is in the center. I mean, because it is center thing is selected. If it is inside, then the triangle will touch the periphery, right? Outline and shape and fill. So this is basically outline and fill. And I can change this outline, stroke thickness to 20 pixel or anything like this. If you want, if you can want to change the outline thickness to a different yellow, that is also okay. You can do it. 20 pixels, maybe 50 pixel, whatever. Now, this particular shape, let's use this shape, keep it in the center. And this particular thing also, let's make it 500. Interesting. Which stroke type is ideally used? Totally depends, Ubjyoti, what you're trying to create. Usually, for a divider, a stroke is used. The simplest form of stroke is when it exists in the form of no fill, which is a pen tool. Usually a divider is created with 1 pixel and in a very lighter shade like this, right? So this is the simplest form. But then sometimes if you're creating buttons, I think we will do auto layout, but let's close this thing. Like we have button, and let's make this button as 16 pixels. I'll go to Shift 2. Again, folks, this is the best shortcut that I use every time when I'm using Figma. So I zoom out a little bit, button, Shift A, auto layout, add a fill color. Let's add this yellow color. If yellow is problematic for someone, let's add a different color, which is soothing, red color. This button, I use a corner radius like this, and a padding, I will increase the padding like this. So this has become my button. And sometimes I may want to add a stroke color, like this. But in that style, this is what becomes more important. So you can add, 2 pixel buttons also. I think you may have seen it. And then the second one is a secondary button with the, white fill, and this is a secondary button. So let's name it primary button, and then this one is a secondary button. And together these 2 buttons can stay with each other. And we can have, even a fixed width of, I don't know. Let's see what is the width. Width is 140. So have a fixed width of 140 pixels. Yeah. And have Shift A, and we'll have a little bit of padding. So this is how the strokes are used. Now about triangles, the important thing is that this particular control, how many sides it should have. So you can convert a triangle into pentagon, polygon, So basically it's not triangle, it's a polygonal thing. And how do you use triangles basically? So let's see the use of triangles. You might think that this is redundant. Usually, when you are creating tooltips, like this is a rectangle and this is a triangle, and you make a copy of this thing, you rotate it, use K to scale it, put it here. So, at places where you are creating coach mark or other stuff like tooltips or coach mark, then these triangles come in really handy. And here an important thing is that how do you merge these two shapes? I mean, how can you make this rectangle and this triangle as if they're one shape? One option is on the top, these are the Boolean functions, Boolean groups. So there are different options. People who have used Pathfinder tool in Illustrator will know. I can union the selection, I can subtract, I can intersect, I can exclude. And how is it different from mask? From basically when you union these two shapes, they become one union basically. And then I can choose other shape and I can move it like this. Now on this union thing, I actually, when I go to the corner radius, everything is getting this corner radius impact, right? Okay. So are you getting it? This particular thing. So unless you make them unite, this particular thing will not get controlled with one thing. And then suppose you have an ellipse and you have another ellipse like this, like this, and you select. So first one is say yellow color, second one is say this color. You select both of them and you unite them. So they become one shape. Now you can go to, this corner radius and you can see the corner radius is changing and you are creating more of a light bulb shape. As you can see, like this. It's kind of an organic blob that you create. So this is also sometimes very, very helpful to use. Let's just see some applications of this thing. And folks who have not used gradient much, I'll just take some time to take you through gradients. Like for example, this is one blob that I created. Let's take another copy of this blob. And in the union part, let's take one of the ellipse and move it around. I mean, this is a blob, right? So you can move it around like this. This is the best part. See, it looks like as if it is, going like this. Very, very organic and nice, like this. This part is clear to everyone, right? Union, and very powerful. Now we select this, we go to fill. Instead of solid fill, we take a linear gradient fill. And with this linear gradient fill, I can select two colors and I can have this, nice gradient fills like this. And let me add a dark background to this thing. Instead of white, let's add, dark background like this. Like something like this. Now I will add effects. And the first effect, instead of drop shadow, this is layer blur. In layer blur, I'll make it 50. See, the edges become a little bit of blur. If I make it 500, this becomes like this. Absolutely, you can add 3 colors, you can add 300 colors also if you can manage. You have one, you just click on the center and you add one more color. Say I add blue color. Blue does not go with this composition by the way, so I'll add another red. And I can, change the position of this red, where it should go. I can make it yellow also, or whatever color I want basically, I can change the position of this thing like this. And I can even make it more blur. I can make it 1000. So now you see this has become like a blob, like this kind of a gradient. Now I select this one, I add a linear gradient, and maybe I add a different gradient like blue and green, right? And blue and green, and I add effect. I can add layer blur and make it horizontal like this. And I can use K to scale this thing. So this is where interesting stuffs happen when you move this thing and place them inside each other, like this. You can always go inside and you can change the gradient. And you can, so these things are really good for creating strong cover pages, or sometimes in your interface also. Design system, let's make it 200, make it extremely thin, and you can even increase you can create very nice compositions with this, right? So there are some examples where, in previous classes we have worked on in like white composition. So this is an example where you may not use this merge command, but you just have two circles, two simple circles. You have this, this particular circle, you make it say yellow color and use a blur. So you go to layer blur, make it say 500. 500 is too much for this guy. 200, maybe 150. Yeah, like this. And Control C, Control V, create a copy of it. And then the second one you change, say red color or other color like this. So this is how you can create, this same kind of intersections like this. If this is a frame, right? And in this frame, you have ruler. So you have this ruler, how do you place it exactly where you want? So basically, when you have a ruler, you click on Alt. And so this particular ruler, if you see on the top side, this ruler gives you a hint of how much pixel it is far from the left. On the top, you can see this is where it is getting red, right? So 20 pixels from the top, and here also 20 pixels from the bottom. So this is how you leave a place like this. And this particular thing is 413. So I can show you one more technique. So if you click the frame, click on Alt and click on the ruler, you see that this is 17 pixels. On the right, it is 20 pixel. On the top, it is 20 pixel. So you can zoom in and move it to 3 pixels. Now from the top, it is 20 pixel. So basically, I am trying to create layer blur not working for you. Like it's simple as create a rectangle, maybe make it like this, add a color like this, add effect. Maybe you're selecting drop shadow, change it to layer blur and click this thing, effect settings, and change this blur value, blur radius from 4 to 50. Now it will work for it. Whatever value you add 100, it will be more. At one point of time, it will be so much that you will not be able to see. So if you copy two objects like this and change the second one's color to a different blue, say this one. Yeah. Now you select these two and you can even unite them, union selection. Since their union, one single color is added to them, but you can always create a linear gradient and add two colors like this. Even you can change the orientation of this thing. Change it to 200. So this is my play area. Whatever I design, I will design inside this, right? If I create a card, I will place the card like this. This is from where I will create one card and two card. Whatever I place, it will be snapped here. So create the guide that you want to use and then create Control D. And that's how the same scale, but you cannot create component of a ruler system that you change this thing and everything changes later on. But then this particular technique is like you create a copy of, you can create Control G and then you can create a component of this thing. So this particular thing is basically a component now. Now you create Control C and then here you paste it, Control V. and you can keep it locked for everything. Although this is not the current trend of using layout grid for creating designs, because you are using auto layout, your every frame is controlled through auto layout and components. So this is something which has become obsolete these days. You can use auto layout to control padding on a much larger and much controlled way than using these grids. But since you asked, so this is where you can actually copy an existing system on top of it. And then the best part is that because it is a component, you can change it and it will be, so now if you go into this component and if you move this thing, for example, the lower menu. So this happens for all the frames. And if you go into individual frame, see this group, lock this thing. So it will not interact with the rest of the stuff if you want to keep it. So little bit more into another shape, which is very important because we are completing fundamentals. So this particular shape is called circle. And with circle, there are a lot of controls which you should understand. So first of all, circle, there is this particular control with which you can make it like, Pac-Man. Also, you get additional controls with which you can actually make it like, this one. Yeah, with which you can actually make it like as if the circle is getting filled. So this becomes very, very important for dashboards and all, where you want to see, progresses like this or, this or this, it's kind of a standard like this. Few things about, the basics of animation also. Like if I add this thing as a radial gradient, and you can see how the radial gradient came, by the way. So it's yellow and the other half is also yellow, but the opacity is 50 or say 20. Yes, looks like this. Maybe I'll add one more, and this opacity we can make 100. Like this. Okay. Okay, this sweep value is 0. So let's make the sweep value as 100%. Now let's take another frame where the sweep value, this particular frame, the sweep value is 0. And if I write, say, download, sometimes for disable state or something, we use this. Okay, now these two frames, now this has a circle with a sweep value 0. The same circle has a sweep value of 100. So if I connect these two frames, like on clicking this, go to this frame, navigate to this frame with an auto layout or say smart animate. And if I see this thing works. Okay, I think let's go to this particular frame. We have ellipse, which shows sweep value 3.6. Okay, so sweep does not animate. That means we have to animate a mask to do it. Okay. Let us try to do the same thing with a progress bar. Let us see a progress bar animation. So this is something which we learned, that this is 200 pixels and this is gray, something like this, download. And now I will do Control C, Control V. That means there is one more rectangle on top of it, and then the color is yellow. Now this particular yellow, the right hand side of it is the bottom right is 0, and this is also 0. This is bottom left 0. Top right is 0. Right. This is how something like this happens, right? This is a very typical step of download. Now, what I will do is that I'll make a copy of this particular frame like this. Like if I click on download, then it will progress. Now, this particular thing I will stretch to the end and I will make it 200 only, 200, 200. And this particular frame, I will take the same element, I'll make it extremely small like this. And maybe I'll keep 200, 200 only, no problem. But this pass animation, pass thing, I will make 0. Now, if I click on this thing, download, it should go to frame 51 and it will have a smart animate. So when I click on download, this thing goes, but this is very fast, right? So I'll make it say 1500 pixels and I'll make it gentle. So R. Now you can see that this thing moved like this, but then there are few small glitch that happened. Let's look into that. This particular thing, the right side corner, let's keep it 200 only because that's we are not animating. Now if I click on R and click on download, now you can see that this thing moved like this and ends gently. But then there are different parameters. So the thing is that when you have something like this, say let us take a circle like this, right? Like this. And this particular circle is of a particular size, 279. In the next frame, this circle became smaller. So when we animate 2 frames, then what is different between both the frames? Rest of the frames, this smart animate thing automatically connects. So smart animate actually connects the state here and the state here and builds the rest of the stuff. So one of the examples is that I use this circle. I'll take a copy of this circle. I'll make it small and make it this big here. I'll send it to back also. And I will make this color little bit of a less gray like this. Can even make yellow color something. Maybe this is a very hippie app. And in this frame, I will create a copy of this circle and I'll make it very, very small, like almost 1 pixel and make it 0. Opacity is 0. Now, if you go here, click on download. See, this happens. Now, some glitch happened because this circle has got flipped. I will copy the circle again. Yeah, this particular ellipse, right? I'll copy this ellipse, come to this frame, paste this one, create a, scale it down to this small, make it say 0%. Now, if you see this R, so both the animations are happening at the same time. So download is getting completed and this is also coming. Let's take it slow also. Let's make the animation slower also. Maybe make it 1600 milliseconds. Now, once we do R and do download, so this is what happens. Both the things are happening at the same time. And if you want, this download button to change to continue, then this will also happen. But then this thing comes like, as if the transition is too slow, download to continue. So there might be different ways. I mean, this is not the best example also in terms of the experience, but we will keep it download only. This is what happens between 2 frames when an animation comes. So we can have, so this particular illustration, and let's take one more illustration, plugin, commands for Figma. Where did the other one go? I don't know. This is one. Send to back. Sorry, I'll make it flip horizontal. So I am adding complexity after complexity in the animation. So this particular, these 2 frames, I will do Control C and I'll paste them here. But then this one, I will place K And as you know, this K tool, I can click the bottom one and I'll make it 0.001. So, this is how small this illustration became here, almost invisible. I can make it, even the resolution, or even the opacity also less. So this one also I'll make it 0.001, very small. Now, if I go to R, download, this is how it happens. So this is little slow. So depending on the type of animation that you choose, this is gentle, but if you choose ease in and out, then the animation will be like this.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. The program offers complete advanced certification training for those wishing to pursue a career in UI UX design strategy. The course curriculum is designed and mentored by the leading faculty at IIT Guwahati and is specifically designed for aspiring learners who want a career in this domain. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of UI UX design.
No, very abrupt on the face. If you click bouncy, it will be too much of bouncy, like this. But you can control the level of bounciness. So you can go to custom spring, and these days you can control the level of bounciness. I mean, you can make it gentle also, like this, like this. So if you go to R, go to download, like this. Now this is coming up nice. So this particular button, I can change the opacity to 0 because it doesn't make sense now for this button to exist. Pass, I'll make 0. So I'll go to R, download, like this. So it's like download is not the right word. Maybe I'll say proceed. And this is where it's like proceed, like this. Now I can go and, add even more complexity. Like I can write, enjoy your subscription, or enjoy your free subscription for, and this is where I can work on my concept of hierarchy, and I can change it to say 48 pixels. Now this is enjoy your free subscription for an year. This is an important thing. I do Control C and I do Control V. Now I move this thing outside the frame. So point to be noted is that this is part of frame 50, but you can keep things outside of frame also. That means it is part of frame 50, but you cannot see it because it is on top. I mean, it's in the no man's land area. But in animation, it will be helpful. It will come from the top like this. So enough of bounciness in the animation. And sometimes these kind of things are important when you guys are creating splash screen animations. Like you have a mobile application, and after installing it from the Play Store, before the sign up experience also, you have a splash screen. You made mobile app and want to test by entering data. How can we do that? Are you talking about metadata or real data? And once you click this, you come back here. So what I have done is that once you click proceed, this thing happens. Click on next, the next thing happens. So let me connect. On click, navigate to smart animate. Yes. Previous, next. Are you getting it? So this is how you can have individual controls which will move between frames, because as an interaction designer, we move from frame to frame for interactions. Can we trigger an animation in this component only without affecting the entire frame? That is something that we do with interactive variants, which is a much advanced topic we will cover on. When I increase the frame height for more addition, some of the elements and content stretch and increase frame length. Yes, this is an important topic actually. So what happens is that, suppose you are in a frame, right? You are in this frame, and in this frame you have some elements, like you have this component, this component, and you have some text like, some kind of text, and you have some other component. Now, when I stretch this page, nothing happens. But if you see this particular component, this thing in the frame is constrained to the left and right of it. But if this constraint is at the center, then when I scale this page, this thing moves with it. But if this object, every object can be constrained differently. If this object is constrained to the right, like this, then if I change it like this, see, one of the object is reacting differently because it is constrained differently. So ideally, all these objects should be constrained in the same way, so that even if you change the length of the frame, nothing will impact, right? Where we want to add scroll animation, where we want to create frame by frame animation, and we have a full interactive walkthrough. So all these things we will do in due course. But for now, the basics are okay, right? What animation happens is that there is a frame, there is another frame, and then there are triggers which we click. For example, here proceed was the trigger. Only on clicking proceed you will move here. Then on here next is the trigger, previous is the trigger, like this, right? Like when I place the object over here, and this object is constrained left and right. This is the left constraint, this is a top constraint of the frame. Then when you move this frame, okay, this is happening because this is a very typical example, because humans are created of multiple layers, right? If instead of this, if I copy this as a PNG and I paste it, because humans is not a right example to show also. If I paste it, now this has become a PNG image. Now if this PNG image distorts is something that we want to check. So this particular image, if you see, this particular image is left and right constraint. So now nothing will change even if you move your frame of if the length of the frame changes. But the time I make it this thing. So this is center constraint and top constraint. That means if I move it like this particular object is constrained with the top and it will move along the center. That means it will try to maintain the position at the center in a proportionate way. So if I change this thing to this, so that means center means that it will right now, see, it is not exactly at the center. I can make it exactly at the center by clicking these two things. What will happen is that this particular object will be always at the center. But what happens when the object is not at the center and I'm trying to say that this is center? That means whatever proportionate pixels are there from the top, like 239 and 288, it will proportionately keep it center. That means it is not 239 288, but the ratio is same. This is what happens when you click center proportion for everyone, and you can create center and bottom, right and bottom, left and bottom, whatever constraint you choose. Now it is left and bottom. So when I push it to the right, nothing happens. But when I move it from the bottom, then this thing moves with it. So this is a very, very complicated concept to understand also, that how this constraint works. But different objects in the frame can have different constraints. So we can check, we can select an image and we can check the constraint that this object is. So the problem that was happening with this is that this humans is nothing but a frame where lot of things are these are all layers, and all of these objects may have their respective constraint. That's why it was distorting this image, which will make you a good visual design from a visual design perspective. And how is it related? It is related to a more UI side of hierarchy, composition and all. So all of you can spend some time, you can go to Pinterest and try to find some reference examples and try to create something. If you feel that making poster seems not relevant, you can search with landing page also. And these are some of the fonts which you can all download. These are all free fonts. And if you master over these fonts, then you don't need to consider any other font for any of your project. The first font is Inter, second one is Space Grotesque, third one is Work Sans, fourth is DM Sans. Then we have Satoshi, Supreme, Switzer, and Open Sans. So these are some regularly used fonts. And if you see all of these fonts, they have a good range. I mean, from extreme light to extreme bold to italics, they have almost every type of font weight, which will help you to address different requirements while you're doing the interface design. Okay, so these are some fonts. And then the second thing that we will do is that we will talk about some clear some references which you can do wireframing. Then you will get lot of the free resources. So how you get it is like this. If I go to the dialect design system, if you go to component index, basically you see all these components are there. So if you are working on a project where your objective is not to work on a design system, then you can use any component library like this, and you can work on your designs. And if anyone asks you that who created all this UI, you can clearly say that my role was not as a UI designer. I used a component library. I used a design system, free design system like Dialect. And my intention was to work on the flows. So we can say that how you can create your own design system. But that is not that relevant, because people usually don't hire designers as design system creators. They usually have one. And if they want to hire someone as a person to create design system, they would look for super fine visual design skills and all. Then, they need to understand system thinking. They need to understand a little bit of coding also, because now all these components, they has to be consumed by your development team also. So that's why it's not a quite, frequent position for companies to have. But UX design is a generic position. So you can go into all this component library. Like if you say, go to drop down, and if you click on drop down in this thing, from the index, you can actually go and you can check that, so many buttons and everything, they're already created for you to consume. And like, this is like a quite extensive library, a free library, which you can consume. We will also go through, using this design system. And at the same time, we will go through how we can, Figma community, by the way. This is Figma community. And here you can search anything. You can search as UI kit, and you will get a lot of UI kits. And any UI kit which you can search for, say, illustration. You will get a lot of illustration examples. And you can click plugins, and you can see a lot of plugins which are illustration plugins. You can select, creators, you can search through creators and all. And if you click on all, then you see everything. And if you click on only Figma, you see only Figma specific things, like 209 plus free Gothic tech illustrations. So someone created Gothic tech illustration, maybe someone will use it in a film or something. Then re-cloud illustrations, then Valentine's, some 3D things, free handmade illustrations. So, a lot of extensive Figma. This community is also extremely extensive. And because of this community also, Figma became extremely popular. So you can see Bloom illustrations. If you click on Bloom illustration, and if you get a copy of this thing, then so when we go here, suppose I create a frame. So let me complete the line tool request first. Then we will do the new things. So this is a frame, and this is a pen tool. And with the pen tool, like, you can create this kind of, random lines. Sometimes you can click on shift, and this will help you create straight lines. And once you have created these lines, you can actually double click on these lines, and you get all these points, and you can stretch all these points, pull all these points. You can right click on this, you can double click on these points, and you can, add a corner radius to these individual points like this. But when are these lines most used? So in my experience, I have seen that mostly while creating dividers, or stuff like this. Like, for example, while creating a flow, or sometimes you need to highlight something. So let us use lines and auto layout to create some components which we can use for design explanation. So this is kind of a line. And then imagine you are and the properties of line are pretty simple. You can increase the thickness of the line by increasing this. And also you can add colors, like you can add red color and you can make it like this. You can also add a gradient color and you can have, say, 2 colors like this. So one more problem. So this is how you can create a line. So some more properties of line is that once you select it, you go to this drop down. You can convert one edge of the line to line arrow style, or you can create it like a circle arrow, or you can create it into any of these things. Also, you can change one corner of the line to be a rounded corner and the other edge to be rounded corner too. So these are the basic properties of line, and I can make it, say, 24 pixels wide. But this particular line is still a line. I can double click, I can double click this line, I can add a point and bend this line. So this line tool is also helpful for creating custom icons. Like I am creating some kind of a plus icon like this. I can select this, I can make it rounded, I can even increase the thickness like this, and make it a little bit smaller, reduce the thickness. So this seems like a hockey stick. But if you have a design system, you want to export it, you want to make it available across team, then you have to go into a paid plan. Only inside a team, you can actually publish a design system which will be available across all the team members. But unless it is a paid plan, you cannot do it. Okay, so this is how you can actually see that you can use this line tool to create custom icons, custom illustrations like this. So you can reduce the line thickness like this. And what happens is that now you see this is a line, but I can right click and I can make it outline stroke. So what are the difference that will happen? This is a line, so you can see it is controlled by this single vector. But if I make it outline stroke, then this becomes like a filled shape. Now when I double click, I have more node points. So I can work on this finer details, although it's not going anywhere. I'm just simply playing around to show the potential of this tool. Just double click and you can edit. And this line tool, basically how you can use line tool along with other shapes is that, suppose you have this line tool. Sorry, you can have this pen tool or line tool, both are same. You have this pen tool. I will change the linear gradient to like a solid fill color, like this black. And I'll change it to, say, 8 pixels. Now let me create a milestone that this is my phase 1. I'll change this font to Enter. Make it light. And when we have phase 1, I will convert this phase 1 into auto layout. So let us build something with this line only and auto layout, a simple auto layout. So what auto layout is that, suppose I create a text like this, and I have a frame, and this frame is having a fill color, say this is like gray color, something like this, and I make it like a curved edge. Now I place it here. Okay, so how auto layout started is that if I have this thing and then let's name it button, and I place it on top of this thing in a frame, perfectly center aligned and all, and then I have another button like this, and I maintain 18 pixels like this. Now let's change this thing to a more fill structure, like a stroke structure, button. Now if I change this to subscribe, then a problem happens that subscribe from the left, if I click on Alt and if I check from the left, it is 86 pixels, but from the right it is only 10 pixels. I zoom in and show, but on the top and bottom it is 25 pixels. So what I have to do is that I have to manually add that padding, 91 pixels. That means it should be 5 pixels less. So I can do, by the way, I can do calculations right in Figma. I can do -5. It will be 5 pixels smaller. So I'll have this 86 pixels. So what are these 86, 25, 25? These are called padding. any interface element will have some kind of padding. It's basically when two people stand in a queue, we maintain some gap with each other, right? We don't stand right, we don't stand on top of each other. So basically we maintain some gap. We have a gap with a table and the people have gaps. So basically let's simulate a real life scenario. Like all of you are in a queue in a bank, and this is the table where a person is sitting in the table like this. And you are in the, and then there are so many people in the queue like this. And everyone is coming to this table. So this particular guy who is the cashier is having a relationship with this table. I mean, the cashier needs to, if the cashier is so far from the table, it will not work. The cashier is on top of the table, that will also, let's make this table little different color. Yeah. So if this cashier is on top of the table, then that will also not work. How can someone sit on top of the table? So either the cashier will be touching the table or the cashier will be like this. And then the first person is sitting is, right in front of the cashier, trying to interact with the cashier. And then all of these folks are maintaining equal distance. So how do I maintain equal distance? Like I can have, folks of different distance like this, and I can select everyone. And from here I can do tidy up vertically or tidy up simple. It tidies up. Basically the same gap is applied to everyone. But then what happens if people say that, if someone has traveled where in airport, what happens is that when the security thing happens, one person is near that security check post, but then the other people are little far. So they are maintaining a distance which is equal, but they are maintaining a gap from this guy. And then this guy is maintaining some gap with the table. And then the cashier is maintaining some gap with the table. And then all of them are creating a system. The same thing is happening in interface design. This button, this particular text is maintaining some gap with the surrounding. If I click on Alt, I see 86, 86, 25, 25. Now, someone might think that 86 is too much of padding. Let's make it 32. Now, how do I make it 32? I will see that, okay, this is 86 pixels. So I'll move this fork. Then I'll again check 49. Then I'll check 37. Then I'll click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pixels. Then it's 32 pixels. On the right, it is how much? 140. So I have to make it 32. So I have to make it smaller by 108 pixels. So I have to subtract 108. So this is when the padding becomes 32, 32, 25, 25. Now someone must say that 25 padding is not good, make it 24 padding. So what I have to do is that I'll go here, I will reduce it by 1 pixel from both sides. Now if I have it, it's like 25, 21. So I'll make it, center aligned, 23, 23. Okay, I have to increase 2 pixels. So height, I will make it 106 pixels like this. And this particular thing is at the center. So 24, 24, 32, 32. Now, what if you get a control? And then the problem that happens is that as soon as it changes this button from subscribe to make payment, everything breaks, right? I mean, again, you have to change this button. And again, you have to maintain this thing. So before auto layout was invented, this is how UX designers were doing it in a very, very stupid way. And that's when people started thinking that we need to have greater control on creating these common things. We need to have control where we just select and we control all the padding. Now, this is about the fundamental button structure. But then when we are talking about two things sitting next to each other, like, we have subscribe and we have cancel, which is a common scenario, right? And if we select both of them, if you select this and if you click on Alt and check, the gap is 22 pixels. If someone says that, make it 24 pixels. So 1, 2, now it is 24 pixels. Now, this particular button has 86, 79. So this is also, breaking. What I'll do is that I will cancel it. I will copy this thing. Again, I have to maintain this gap of 24 pixels. I'll bring it closer. I'll check 23. Okay, 24 pixels. I'll make it cancel. And again, I have to maintain that gap, 32 pixels. So 101. So we'll reduce it. 30, I'll make it 2 pixels more. So it is 220 pixels. So now all of you can understand that this is a pretty laborious and pretty difficult way of maintaining these kind of assets, which are commonly used in interface design. Now what auto layout does is that, what if this particular button actually wraps the text in a way that if I write only sub, then the button size will be respecting the size of the text inside and maintain the same padding. So how do we do it? We'll just write subscribe. So there we created a frame, kept the text inside the frame. Here we are writing subscribe, and we are converting this text into an auto layout frame. So how we are doing it is that we are doing Shift A. Now Shift A creates some magic. This text was T in the layout, which is denoted by 3 different size vertical lines, which represents that this is an auto layout frame, and inside I have the text. Now this auto layout frame has all this magic. This auto layout frame has horizontal padding. So let me add some fill color. So basically, see, this is a frame, and frames have some inherent properties. Like, a frame like this, when we learned about frames, a frame can have a fill color, it may not have a fill color also. So now both of these frames, they look different because one frame looks like, the symbol is like 4 crisscrossing lines. Another frame symbol is 3 vertical lines that to bold. So this is a normal frame. This is an auto layout frame. A normal frame can have a fill color. An auto layout frame can also have a fill color. Same behavior. A normal frame, this frame can have a stroke. This frame can have a stroke. This frame can also have a stroke. Same property. What this frame cannot have is that if I have something written here, subscribe, then I only have constraints, which we talked about yesterday. So, but I cannot have a constraint on all 4 directions. This was the limitation. That's why constraints were invented before auto layout. So I can, change this thing, but the subscribe button will be, fixed there. If I make it center aligned, then once I move my frame, this will move with it. But this is a very erratic behavior. I mean, this is not solving my purpose. Rather, when we see auto layout frames, I am getting this control of maintaining a padding on both sides. This is changing my life forever. I can add 24 pixel padding, and also I can click on this text and make it test. The frame is adapting. The frame is always having 24 pixel padding and then putting the text in between. If I have 1 letter text, perfect. If I have 100 letter text, then also perfect. So is this concept clear? Clear the text, Shift A, and auto layout starts. Now what you can do is that you can select this frame, you can add vertical padding, you can add horizontal padding. So horizontal padding and vertical padding are the most 2 important things of auto layout. And this padding, this 10, this will only come into picture when we have 2 different auto layout frames. So we have subscribe and we have cancel. We have cancel. Now these 2 frames, as I was mentioning in this queue, that it's all like a system. Like this entire system is a bank. These are the queue. This is the cashier and table. And this is the first person with the cashier and table. So it's a system. Now if I see this thing, these 2 things are system. So I can select both of them and I can do Shift A. Now in this system of the cashier and the table, their only relationship is the gap between them, nothing else, right? What else can you control? So you can control this thing. And individually, you can control the padding. 24 pixels, 12 pixels. Now, in this system, the 2 objects that are there, that are aligned from left top. If I make it center aligned, they will be center aligned. If I make it bottom aligned, it will be bottom aligned. But with this kind of justification only, You can only change the gap between them. So you have to first understand systems. Sun, 9 planets, solar system. Similarly, different solar systems, Milky Way galaxy, different galaxies, creating some kind of a cluster, different clusters, creating universe. So it's all about from the smallest atomic thing to the largest atomic thing. Now let's go into a little bit of complex components. And then we'll go into styling of components. So let us see, this particular thing where you have subscribe and cancel. Now, this particular thing is a frame. Now, this particular thing is an auto layout. Now I can select one of the buttons and I can add rounded corners. The second one also, I can add rounded corners. The first one, I can add a fill color. It was white, I can make it yellow. I can remove the stroke. I can select second one and I can increase the stroke to 2 pixels. This is my styling. I can go inside font. I can change font. I can change the font size. I can change this font size. So anything that happens inside is under super control. So this is the basic structure of auto layout. Now, what happens when we are trying to create a little bit of a complex auto layout? So let us go into class only, where we are trying to create this particular screen. So I will move all these font examples to the top, so you can check prototypes in your phone, because we will do a little bit of animations also as we're doing auto layout. So auto layout is a subject which even we talk for 100 hours, it is less, but we'll try to do as many explorations as possible, right? So this particular thing is a system. This system has 3 CTAs. It has a divider with a text. It has another CTA, and it has a text. There are basically plugins for everything. You can even get plugins, AI plugins, do my design now, and then they will do the design. So, okay. So how do we create a system like this? We create a system like this by, see, now we have not created the frame also. So let me get individual components. So this is a text everyone can write. This is a moon icon everyone can get. Can everyone tell where do you get a moon icon? You can go to plugins, you can go to Iconify, and you can search moon, and you get a moon for free. So I'll take this moon, make it smaller, place it next to it. So I have a moon and timer. Similarly, let's get, so you can basically get all these icons, right? All these icons you can get from Iconify. So let's not waste time. I will ungroup and I will imagine that you have imported 3 icons like this. And this is a moon icon with the clock. So this top part is a relatively complex auto layout. We will, and that auto layout feature is called space between. We will do it little later. But what we will do now is that, let us for the time being imagine that the top is like this, but we have not created any frame, to be specific. Now I write a text like this, set up your profile. This is also very simple. You write, you take an inter text, bold font, 32 size, set up your profile. Now I'll create a button like this, continue with email. So, okay, see, Sumedha is checking it. If someone is getting distracted, I can go here, I can hide multiplayer cursor. So even if Sumedha is checking, no one will see her. But if everyone wants to see themselves, I will again turn on multiplayer cursor, right? Another small tip, I can turn it off. So now continue with email. I can click here. I can write continue with email. This is inter font. I will make it regular. I will make it 16. Maybe I'll make it 24. Yes. Continue with email. Now I will do Shift A, auto layout, and I will add a fill color. The fill color is this green, like this. I will add horizontal padding. I will add little bit of vertical padding, and I'll make the corner radius round. So this button is there now with me. I can even stretch this button, but see the text is not center aligned. So I have to click here. So the text is always center aligned, and the horizontal padding is 80 pixels and the vertical padding is 16 pixels. So this button looks good to me like this. I'll change this color from black to white. Continue with email. So we will, in the course of doing it, we will also know about master component. What are master components? So this is one thing that we did. We created a button, and this particular button has no icon in it. It is just like one button. Let us create the simple way first, then we'll recreate the same thing with the concept of components. So this is the first button that I have created. I will create a copy of it. Now I have to create another button with Apple logo. So I will get Apple logo out and I'll put it inside, or showing you from scratch how I can do it is, I can take Apple logo and this text. This will be continue with Apple, by the way. Continue with Apple. I will take this, and I'll do Shift A. So this is an auto layout frame. The background color is black, but this is super tight. I will use the same padding, 80 pixel, 16 pixel, right? I'll place it here, just below it. And I will also have center aligned. And then I will make the corner radius round. So the second button is created. Now I'll create another button. I guess you just get, a Google icon like this, Google logo like this, and continue with Google. This one, Shift A. So both of them are creating an auto layout frame, and I can change the padding also in between. And then I add the fill color. Padding was 80 and 16. Place it below. Now this style is also different. This is having a stroke, and the stroke color is really light, something like this. Continue with Google. And the last one is Facebook. So I'll just create it. I can do Control X for cut, and I can go inside the frame and I can do just Control V. So there can be auto layout between 3 people also. Like how you can never control how many people can create a queue in a bank. You cannot control how many auto layouts are there. So that's why it's very flexible. You can create auto layout between 3 elements. Like you cannot control who will be in front of the queue. Today I might be facing the cashier. Tomorrow you might be facing. So just a left arrow, right arrow will help them move between different auto layout things. Third one below the first and second. Yeah, this is also, we will slowly learn that there can be how many different ways you can do it. This is how you can actually control the position of this stuff. And I can take it to the front and I can delete Google. Perfect. Now I'll select this one, I'll make it center aligned. So I have 3 things like this. So most of the stuff are done. What is left is this odd thing. But if you see, it's really polished, but it is not that polished, because all these logo sizes, the sizes are not same. If I show you with my ruler tool, then you can see that something is bigger, something is smaller, like this. So we will take care of everything, by the way. With the ruler tool, you can see that things are bigger, smaller, different size. All the logos are placed differently, not center aligned. So these are all basic design principles which you should adhere to. If things are like this, then it's not a good UI to look at, right? So now what we will do is that we'll create this odd thing. So this is also pretty simple. I create a pen tool. An example of pen tool is also coming, by the way. I create a line like this. Sorry, the line was little angle. Line like this. Make it 1 pixel. Then I'll just write or. Then I'll have another line. Now this one, shift, this one, shift, this one. I'm 3 things selected. I'll do Shift A. Auto layout between them. Center aligned. Now this is a gap between 3 objects. I can control. And I'll place it in the center. Like this. I can select or, and I can reduce the size to 14 pixels. Or maybe 16 pixels. Yes. Like this. Now it is time to look into the finer details of it. Even there is one more step which is must to do before doing this, is to create components. Because if you are working on a large design project, and if you have not created auto layouts, if you have not created components, and you thought that you will be doing it while the final design phase comes out, you will lose tremendous amount of time. And this is something which I keep telling my team members: start with auto layout, start with components. And this is a extremely good practice to have. Spend time at the beginning, strategy and infra. Later on, you can create 1,000 flows in extremely short amount of time. So when you do auto layout, like I was showing you all, that all these things, that the gaps are different, the alignments are not right, you become extremely careful because you are doing inside out. But when you've created something which is unjustified, which is not having proper alignment, and you're fixing it, you are doing outside in. The outside in process may not give you 1,000% perspective to correct everything. Although auto layout is an extremely forgiving tool, you can do it inside out, outside in, whatever way you want. It has no restriction. And so that is the beauty of the tool. That's how everyone got addicted to Figma, because of auto layout. I mean, a day of a UX designer without auto layout is not possible today. You see, auto layout is so fundamental. Like you go to office, you will have tea, right? At least 2 or 3 times. Similarly, you are doing project, auto layout is must now. So what we have so far is that we have individual auto layout frames. Frame 57 is an auto layout frame, which is represented with these vertical lines. Frame 61 is an auto layout frame. Frame 58 is an auto layout frame. Everything is an auto layout frame. But now what we will do is that we will create a final auto layout frame with these auto layout frames. So auto layout, and all of you may have observed, watched the film Inception. Inception and auto layout, they go hand in hand. Like you can have a dream, you can have a dream inside a dream, you can have another dream inside the dream, and you can have a master dream with all those dreams. So similarly, like these two folks are auto layout. Similarly, these two dreams can combine and create one dream. So I can select all of these things and I can do Shift A, another auto layout. Now with this auto layout, if you see, what happened is that it's a vertical auto layout. I can change it to horizontal auto layout also. Horizontal auto layout will not make sense, right? Because these were horizontal auto layouts, but this is vertical auto layout. And all these vertical auto layouts, the basic fund is same. I can have them center aligned. I can have the gap between them. So from 0 gap to whatever gap I want, it's like an elastic. I can control the gap between them. Now comes several questions in mind, which is that first question is that, can I change the gap of these two things? Because all of you may have studied about hierarchy in UX, right? Hierarchy is something where group of things try to create some kind of affinity because of their proximity to each other, so that they seem to, in Gestalt psychology, they seem to create groups. So set up your profile and continue UML. Now, this is a question to, I forgot, I think Vaishali asked that, can we create auto layout after an auto layout? I mean, this particular frame is an auto layout frame, but inside they don't have auto layout relation. Like set up your profile, and this is not having auto layout profile. So I can select set up your profile and this one, Shift, I can do another auto layout. So what this will help is that I can control this gap differently from this entire groups gap. Now I can increase the groups gap to 44. And these 3 things, I can do one more auto layout and change this gap. So is this clear? Now you have one final auto layout with 3 auto layouts, one auto layout having a text and another auto layout, the second auto layout having between just this odd thing, this vector thing, third one having 3 auto layouts. If you want to add new element into this auto layout, yes. If you want to add one more thing, which is like continue with Google, Facebook, and then this is something like which we usually see that say let's create a totally different component, which is a imagine that this particular disclaimer text, remove auto layout will also do. Like we're adding, removing is also very important. Now we go to light or say regular, and we make it 12 pixels, very small. disclaimer text like this. Sometimes it's added like below. So I want to add it below this thing. I'll select this, Control X, select the master auto layout, Control V. Now this master padding will control the disclaimer text padding also. Clear? You can add a new element. You can reposition within an auto layout. Like this is a system of auto layout. I can move, continue with Google to the top, this one bottom, any order I want, I can control. I can use this group to come below, up, any position I want. Another level of flexibility. I can, even remove things, delete one element removed from auto layout. I can even, drag it outside. Dragging it outside is basically removing it, as you can see. Change the position, cut, paste. Okay, this is outside, Control X is cut, and I paste it here. I select the master frame and paste. Clear, Rupjyoti? And to change the position, select anything. Like this is a system inside a system, right? Inside this is another element of a system. I can select the element of the system and move it up or down. I can select this particular system and I can make it move up or down. The last part was that, can you add a thing inside the group, right? So if you see, this particular auto layout is created of one auto layout, two, three auto layouts. Now this particular system, I can select one of the auto layouts or one of the elements of the auto layout, and I can use up arrow, down arrow to move it up or down. And if you add this particular group, below this group, if you have to add it, you can add. If you want to add, you can simply drag it inside. See, you're seeing this blue highlight, right? You place it here, this is part of this group. If you place it inside this, it is part of this group. If you place it in between, it is part of this group, like this. Everything that I make is from auto layout only. That is my frame. My entire frame is an auto layout. So even if we spend our entire day today on auto layout, that is worth. You will have 1,000 doubts on auto layout. I myself have struggled for auto layout for months. Auto layout is extremely not auto. It's like a very complicated layout. Because now we will go into more depth. I haven't selected any. It's just the frame I have selected. It's not a group. It's just the auto layout frame. Right. So if you see again, these were all separate things, right? All of them were separate stuff. I'll just drag and drop things from here to outside. So these were all separate stuff. And this was never part of it. This was not playing with them. Now I select everything, I do Shift A. Now I want to separately create an auto layout between these two. I select these two, I do Shift A and I change the gap between them. I select these three, I do Shift A, I change the gap between them. I select the master group, I increase the gap between them. So this is what I've done. Extremely fast what I've done today. And then I drag and drop it below it. And this thing is added. Right. So this is how you actually work on auto layout. Now, if I now drag this thing, now the entire thing, this thing is not responsive. What do we mean by responsive is that depending on the size of the screen, this thing should expand or contract. So if I select this particular thing, and if you see the first condition, it is called horizontal resizing condition is hug. And if we make this condition as fill container, if you see this arrow, then what will happen is that it will try to fill this container. Now this auto layout frame is filling the container, but the children, they do not have a fill container condition. They have a condition called fixed. That means this button will be always 455 pixels. If I make this as fill container, then this will be filling the container. What is the container? This is the container, frame 63. If I take setups your profile and I make it fill container, then this will fill container. And if I make it center aligned, it will center align and fill the container. Now let us use this again and again. We'll select all, the condition is hug. I make it fill container. Now this becomes like this. I'll make it center aligned. Now this container is frame 61, but these vectors, vector 7, let's make it fill container. And this particular vector 8 also make it fill container. Now what will happen is that, like magic, this will start resizing. Now I will select continue with Apple, continue with Google, continue with Google, this thing, sorry, continue with Facebook, let's write. And Javed, for section and everything, let's not digress from auto layout. Otherwise, we will miss the focus here. So when we select this particular frame, this frame 64 has 3 auto layouts. This frame has hug condition. We will make it fill container. But that does not make the children also fill container. So I have to select individually Apple logo, this and this, and do fill container. Now what will happen is that all of them are having this responsive behavior. Only if you see Google, this particular button needs to have center alignment like this. So now everything will be responsive like this. Now this particular text, if I select and if I make it fill container, the text will also fill this parent container. And if you see, the text is resizing with it. So this is a place of struggle for most of the designers which I've seen. They keep on struggling and they struggle a lot actually for this. Okay, for this. Now this particular frame is a golden frame because no matter what, I can fill this container like this. Now there is one particular thing which I need to share over here, which is this particular this particular 3 icons. Whenever I'm filling container and all, their positions are changing like this. So, and also because of the fact that continue with Apple, continue with Google, continue with Facebook, these 3 things are of different sizes. So creating them of the same size is something that was a pending topic. So let us do that. So if you see this particular thing, this is Apple logo, I will take it outside. And then we have Google logo, I'll take it outside. And sorry, let's keep the parent ones inside. I will create a copy of it. I'll take it outside. I'll take it outside. And this is something which I'll take it outside, right? And these are the 3 logos that I have. Now, Apple logo, these 3 things, I will create auto layouts. So I'll take Apple logo, I will do Shift A. Now, this particular frame is going to be the size of my logo. And this particular logo with a height of 27 or whatever height I choose, I can decide to add constraint proportions and I can change the height to 24 pixels. So now Apple logo will proportionately scale to 24 pixels. And this is the fixed height of the logo, and the fixed width also, if I make it 24 pixels, no, fixed width, I will not make 24 pixels. This particular frame, if you see, I'll make it fixed size of maybe 32 pixels by 32 pixels like this. And I'll make it bring it at the center. So this particular logo, if you see, the height of the logo is 24 pixels and the frame inside which this logo is basically 32, 32. Now I will select Google logo. This height I will make 24 pixels and I'll make it Shift A, put it in the center and make it fixed width and 32 pixel. Now what happened is that Apple logo and Google logo became the same size, right? Now they are the same size, at least in terms of height. This is how the logos are defined. Now we go to Facebook logo. The height should be 24 pixels and make it Shift A, center aligned, fixed width. This should be 32 pixels, like this. Now, this is also of the same height. Wow. Now we have 3 logos which are having the same size. What I can do is that I can select these 3 things. See, I don't want to go into the topic of component immediately, but let us take it for this only now, because mixing too many things will create confusion. Now see, this was already an auto layout with some frames in it. What I'll do is that I'll select Control C this logo, and inside this frame, I'll do Control V. Another logo will be added. I'll select the old logo and delete it. Now this particular logo, I will move to the left like this. Now, I will select Google logo, Control C, and this particular logo, this particular button, I'll do Control V, and I'll move it to the left. I'll delete this one. Now see, the design will increase a lot in terms of the visual quality, because the logo sizes are now consistent, right? Now there is an important hack here. If you see, continue with Apple, continue with Google, continue with Facebook, these three things are basically different size text, so you can never control them. So logos will always jump, and what we are doing is that we are creating a padding of 29 pixels between them. Now I can make it 24 pixels padding for all three. But say I use some kind of, I can never make them same size. So what I will do is I'll select this continue with Apple, and instead of hug, what I'll do is that I'll do fixed width, and I'll increase the text size to 250. Here also, I will use this continue with Google text. I'll make it fixed width. I'll make it 250. And here also, I will make this fixed width. Okay. I need 280 pixels at least. So basically, all the text width should be 280. Irrespective, because the text is not going to change, right? So now if you see, what happened is that all the three icons are center aligned also. And even if I am resizing this frame, they are always center aligned. This is a very important thing, folks. This particular text is in a hug condition, and this is a hug condition. This is also a hug condition. Now what happens in a hug condition is that depending on the size of the text, it will hug the box. And only between these two boxes, this box that we defined here is this frame, these two boxes is the gap of 23 pixels. So I can make it 24 pixels. So the icons are automatically aligning, Monica, because of the size of the buttons are same and the texts are same size. The icons are automatically aligning because the size of the icons are also same, right? Right. So now if you see this particular text, the height width is 276 pixels. So what I'll do is that I'll make it fixed width and I'll make it 280 pixels. This particular one, size of the text are also same. Yes, size of the text is regular 24, everything same. Just imagine that the number of letters in continue with Apple is little less than continue with Google, is little more less than continue with Facebook. So we are making the width of this box inside which there is a text to fixed width and changing it to 280 pixels. We can also use fill container with text. Yes, you can do fill container with text. Like this particular text box, you can add this this is like you can add yellow color also, or this is the box. But for that, you have to convert it to an auto layout. These are the different kind of devices that a product might move, right? From a phone to horizontal phone to tablet to laptop to little bigger display, full 4K, 8K displays and all. So, below 1280 pixel, one breakpoint is there. And then basically what happens is that when we are designing for mobile, a card like this, it may happen that AG is on the top and this is on the below like this. And for horizontal devices, the alignment is like this. So what happens is that Figma recently supports breakpoints also. Only you have to design all those frames where below a particular size, a width, the design flips from, horizontal to top down, like that. And very smart actually, the way it happens. See, one problem is that if I give you edit permission, then whatever I'm creating will be, so create a duplicate of this file in your draft and you'll get your own edit rights, right? So this is why it's just a view right for everyone. This is an auto layout frame. I make a copy of this. Now, what if I want to remove auto layout? Because one problem with auto layout is that if I want to put something, if I want to put a moon here, the moon will be following auto layout. But I just want to put a moon here. I mean, just below set up your profile. So it does not let me. So now we are trying to understand how do we remove auto layout. So this is a minus sign next to auto layout. Once we click this, then this frame becomes just a grouped frame. I mean, stuffs are grouped inside, but not auto layout. I can right click and ungroup. What happens is that I see this one but the individual auto layouts are there, still there. So I can select and I can again click on minus. This also becomes a grouped frame. I ungroup it. So now all individual frames are there. And if I make them small or big, things like this, they happen to be like this. Now I select everyone. I can again do Shift A. Now see the responsive character is lost. So I show two things. How do you destroy an auto layout file? How do you, delete an auto layout thing, remove all those properties? And the second thing that someone asked, can we see the responsive design again? So responsive design, how you do is that the logic of responsive design is that these are different containers. So if you see this particular frame, I have deliberately kept it smaller so that that these all they are imagine that this is like a big box. Inside this box, this is one box, another box, three small boxes, and one box. Now, this small box is a fixed width. That means if I change the width, no matter what this parent box is, because you must understand what is parent box and what is child box from this structure in the layer panel. That frame 68, let's call it parent for our understanding. Now, this is parent box. And this particular thing is called child text. So this is called child text. Now this child text is very adamant. It's fixed. It's going to be 440 pixel. But my parent box is not 440 pixel. It is 350 pixel. So how can I make my child be, obedient, listen to my parent, adhere to my parent's width? I'll select the child. I will make it, instead of fixed, I will make it fill container. Now fill container basically makes this child forcefully follow the parent's width, because this parent is the container. 99% people struggle with this concept only. And it takes them 3-4 months to solve. Finally, when they discover it, they become so happy. Absolutely, class, do not hesitate. I will show it 1,000 times. So the concept is that this particular parent frame is made up of so many small parent components, right? Now, all of these components can be of different sizes, some small, some big, whatever it is. We do not have control in it. If you just drag child to parent size, yes, you can drag this child to parent size. But then sometimes your parent becomes older and smaller. Your child no longer adheres to your parent's size. That's why it's better to link it to the parent. Whatever is my parent, be like my parent. You can drag and make it to the parent size forcefully. Follow your parent like this. But this is the old way of doing, because my parent size is dependent on the device size. My parent size, right, respects auto layout as long as the auto layout and justification is there. As soon as this bubble is burst, there is no more that bubble, that condition is removed. Because why should Figma preserve so many conditions? Figma will lag, right? Figma will become slow. But this frame 68, which is the parent container, has so many children who does not respect the parent, because it's a fresh auto layout. All these people, they don't know any parent yet. So I can select individually and I can make them fill container. Or I can select the parent frame. I can click on enter. What enter does is that it individually selects the children, so that I can give fill container at one go. Chalo, fill container. But now one very, very important thing, folks. This particular auto layout that I created is different from this auto layout. Do you know why? Because this is a simple auto layout, single gap for everything. Now, as soon as I change, add one more auto layout here and make different gap for these three things, the responsive behavior is lost for these. Again, I have to select this, make fill container, click enter, select the children and make fill container. Then only it will again become responsive to the parent. And this is the most common place where 99.9% people get confused. So I can do it again and again. And I want everyone to try this, because this might be a very small part of an interface, but it will help you in all your projects. So let us then try to see stuff in a very small component level, how to make things responsive, right? So we'll just break this thing, ungroup. Not responsive to height. Height responsive we haven't done yet. That we will do as a next step. Now, if you see this particular small frame, and if I make it smaller, this is responsive. But let's break it so that we can check. Okay. Now, this is a frame. This is another text. Selecting both, creating auto layout, it is not responsive. The concept is that this frame 68 is the box which has two elements. Now these two elements has to be made fill container. Then it becomes responsive. Only try with the box and let me know if you are okay with it. Just select the children, make fill container. Like you have two stuff, frame 63 and next one. They are all individual frames. They are all individual frames. Like this is a text. This is frame 57. I select both of them, create auto layout. And when I create auto layout, I see that, things are not responsive. That means this, because, it is more confusing for anyone who is checking responsive. Please select the highest frame and make it smaller in size. Only then you will be able to see whether things are responsive or not. Now you select the first one, make it fill container, it is responsive. Select the second one, make it fill container, it is responsive. But I selected everything and I do Shift A. So now everything is not responsive. So I make this box smaller just to check, when things start getting responsive one by one. So I select the smallest one, make it fill container. Select the next one, make it fill container. Select the next one, make it fill container. Do it one by one. Do it, take it slow. Fill container. Even this box, fill container. So everything is now responsive. Right? Take it slow. Just make the parent box smaller to understand when things start getting responsive one by one. There is no reason it will not become responsive. The difference is that this particular frame, the gap between these two frames is basically, there are chunks inside, So what are the chunks? You can see like this. Set up your profile, continue with email, they are one group. Then the 3 CTAs are another group. Then the disclaimer is another group. But here, everything is a chunk. Do not use group. Use auto layout. Using group is not recommended. Perfect, Saloni. Great to hear. Okay. This is a very important milestone in everyone's knowledge of auto layout. If you get one small component right, you can get an entire flow right. Right. The foundation knowledge is very important. Okay. So and everyone never create group. By group, great, Vinith. So by group, we are saying that, when you have cluster of objects, select and right click group selection, never do it. Instead, do auto layout. So, this particular set and this particular set, as I mentioned, folks, they are two different things. This is 41 padding. So if I bring my mouse over here, I can control the padding like this also. It's like an elastic control. And here the padding is between these chunks. So let us create the chunks. These three things, select Shift A. Now they are auto layout. I can reduce the gap between them like this. Now I have this chunk basically. So I have particularly, this is my major chunk now, which is okay. But then to check whether my design is responsive or not, I will make the group, I'll make the parent container smaller. These are auto layout, but this is not. I'll select this container, make it fill container, still not, because the children are not. Select the first child, make it fill container, select the second child, make it fill container, select the third child, make it fill container. Now, even, trying to play around with it, selecting this and this, create Shift A, another auto layout, change the graph to, because when you see these auto layouts, let's go into UI details. 21 pixel gap is not a good padding, it's a weird number, make it 16. Then this particular gap is not a decent gap, 52, make it 48. Always use multiples of 8. So make it 48 or make it say 40 pixels. But then what happened is that as soon as I made those things, again it broke. My goodness, what is wrong with this? Again, I have to select this, make it field container. Inside group, field container. Inside this thing, field container. Now it is okay. So every time you change something inside an auto layout, this condition changes. Yeah, any changes does that. Any changes, it does not mean, what when you add a new element, say I add Control C, Control V, new element, then it is not a problem. Then it is okay. Because it is getting at its property from this, but let's see, I add one more disclaimer text or maybe one more chunk like this. Let's make it an interface which does not exist. Let's add one more chunk like this. Now this chunk is also going to be auto layout. But then if I try to create a separate condition between these two, whenever I add an auto layout inside an auto layout, it breaks. Now I change this gap to say 32 pixels. Now I change it, again it broke. So this is the concept, Saloni. Any auto layout that happens inside an auto layout, you have to reset and do all these conditions again. Many times it happens that you have created a drop down, you have worked on a drop down, and suddenly you want to have a error statement, an error state. So an error state has that special content to say the describe the error state. Then again, you have to add an auto layout inside an auto layout, and then it breaks. Something like this happens, like this. So now this entire thing is again responsive. Now, one more final detailing before we move on. Let's delete this last part. If you delete, no problem. Deleting does not break it. Then this last part, if you see, this text should have some padding. So this here, there is no control of padding. I will do Shift A. And as soon as I did Shift A, see carefully what happened. This thing went outside because it is hug. I made it field container. It is inside, but the text inside is still outside. So I have to go and select the text and make it field container. Now I have this super control that I can add the padding of this text, whatever I want. So this is another super control inside AutoLab. And now it's also responsive. A good design is a responsive design. So when you get your maybe your project which you are getting from your job interview, and they have given some practical project, then this is called craft. So your file should talk about your craft. So your recruiter will, or your hiring manager will check the hygiene of this Figmas. Maybe they will give you a small assignment to create the same thing and see your concept on auto layout. And because auto layout is very important in today's industry. And this is kind of a Figma challenge, create an auto layout like this. So make and break this simple component to learn about auto layout more. Okay, this gap also I can make it 24 pixels like this. Now both of them are similar. Another important part of auto layout, which is, okay, so now another, like we have this space between this, field container. Another complicated concept is space between. Now, and put it inside a frame or not. So what I do is that I never create a frame of the mobile, rather I create a responsive auto layout, and then I make this into the mobile phone screen. So for that, two things are needed. One is this thing, the scroll bar at the bottom, and then the header. So this is kind of the phone's information bar. So here I have 941 and then the moon. So I will select these two things. I will create Shift A. But before that, folks, if you remember, icon consistency, one important point that one of your batchmates raised. So I will create some quick icon consistency. I will have all these, 4 icons like this. Then I will select this, that this is the bounding box is a sleeping rectangle. The bounding box is a standing rectangle. Now, how do you make consistent icon size like this? So I have to, fix on either the height and the width. So the height, let's make 16 pixel height. This particular thing is 17 pixels, so I'll make it 16 pixel height. This particular thing's width, let's make it 16 pixels. No, 16 pixel will be too big. Yeah, it's okay. Because now what I will do is that I will do Shift A and I will make it center aligned, a padding of maybe 4 pixels. So this particular frame is a square frame of 23 pixel, 24 pixel. I'll make it fixed height 24, 24. And usually an icon size is basically 16 by 16 is a good icon size. So I'll reduce the padding to 0 and 0. And this basically, if I select this and make it say 16, 16. So this is a tight icon like this. And I can add some padding of 2 pixel, 2 pixel, which will make my effective icon size as 20 pixels, 20 pixels like this. So 20 pixels icon size. Now I'll select this one. I'll make Shift A and I will make fixed width icon size as 20 pixels, 20 pixels like this. So if it is not fitting, then I have to make it smaller size. I'll make it not fill container like this. I'll make it say 20 pixels. Yeah. So this is my second icon size, but the important part is that everyone's bounding box is a square. Then the third one, Shift A, I'll make it fixed width, 20 pixels, 20 pixels, center align. Perfect. So these are the 3 icons that I have. Now I will slowly go into, so let's make this thing also Shift A, fixed width, 20 pixels, 20 pixels, symbol, 2. Now I have 4 icons. So I will share the concept of component at this level. So what is component is, I will make this into a component set. So how I'll do is that, what is component by the way? A component is, let's say we have a shape like this. And I make, this is not the right example. Let's take this example as we write button, make it Shift A, auto layout, make a fill, yellow color, round, padding, center align, perfect. Button is too bold, make it regular. Perfect button, right? Now, this particular button, I can use this button. Someone may have heard about the concept of icon button. So I can add Control C. I can add this button with an icon. I can use this button with a chevron also. If people know what is a chevron is basically helps you to discover drop downs and further actions. What I can, okay, it got imported inside only. Let me take it outside. This is 24 pixels. I'll make it 20 pixels. 20 pixels, same size as these icons, right? Okay, Control C, I can put it inside, Control V. Now these two I can make Shift A, and this particular button, how I want is, sorry, there will be too many concepts. Let's do one by one, otherwise it will be too complicated. Let's just imagine you don't have the icon also. Let's have button. And there you can see that this is a frame, right? So if I make this as a component, create component, what happens is that it becomes purple or violet, and it is called frame 77. Please notice the icon. This is like 4 diamonds together. Now if I create a copy of it, this becomes a child. Now what the child does is, this child is connected to this in terms of lot of properties. So this child icon is an empty diamond, but the parent is powerful. So it has 4 filled diamonds. This child, if I select the parent, and if I change this parent's color to green, the child also changes. If I change the parent's padding to 40 pixels, the child's padding also changes. If I change the parent's text from enter to maybe impact, this also changes. But then the child has also some privilege. If I select the child, change the color of the child, it's allowed. Change the text, subscribe, allowed. Maintaining auto layout. But respecting this 40 pixel padding, I can change this padding to 24 pixel. This is also allowed. What is not allowed is that, like, I can change the text font also. I can change. But why should I do? Because I am creating this master component. So someone asked about the concept of that same thing that you do in Sketch, how you create all those patterns and then you keep on copying. So this is called component in Figma. And how it helps me is that, like, now I'm not able to understand how many changes I did, right? So I will right click and I'll do it like reset all changes. So it is again, match to the parent. Now I want to change this button into an icon button. How do I do? I select this chevron, put the chevron inside. Okay, the child also has a chevron now. I change the padding to 24 pixels. Perfect button, icon button. Now I can use this icon button and I can use a copy of this button and I can make Shift A, make say 16 pixels gap. This is another button that I have. So these two are important buttons and they all are guided by this. Now I want to change this icon to something else. I'll select this icon, place it over here. It will not allow. It will not let me change this icon, no matter how hard you try. So then what do? You change it in the parent. Changing in the parent is allowed, but you cannot change these things. So there are ways to change it. How is that? You basically select all these icons. You create multiple components. And then you have to rename them as icons/moon. This is slash naming concept I'm teaching. Icons/.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. The program offers complete advanced certification training for those wishing to pursue a career in UI UX design strategy. The course curriculum is designed and mentored by the leading faculty at IIT Guwahati and is specifically designed for aspiring learners who want a career in this domain. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of UI UX design.
Signal. Icons/Wi-Fi. Icons/battery power. Icons/chevron. Now what will happen is that this particular icon I will replace. Any icon you can replace. Now the beauty that happened is that this particular guy, this is an instance. You can see from the diamond. And if I select go to main component, this is a main component. That means this is an instance of this parent and this is also an instance. So I can select this instance and I can swap it with any of the icons because I have used slash naming, icon/chevron, moon, power, signal, Wi-Fi. I can change it to moon. I can change this to right click. I can change this to power. I can do anything I want. Right. So the concept of this is, yeah. So the concept of these icons is really good. You want to scale your icon library. So I'll import one more icon like say, I don't know if it will have Airtel. Oh my God, it has Airtel also. Let's take this one only for now, import icon. So the icon is imported. Please be mindful that the size of the icon should match the size of the icon for consistency. Otherwise, there is no problem. We will make it a 16 pixel constraint, shift A, fixed 2020. I'll make it a component, icons /C. Till I rename it, swap instance, phone is not here, right? As soon as I name it, icons /phone, a new member is added. Now I can select this, phone is here. See, now I can change it. Okay. So this is a very, very important concept of using SVG icons and as components. Right. Okay. Now I can make, so basically now we will go into the other half of the thing, which is space between. So this is my text, and I have all of them are my master components. So I will add the moon and all these things like here. Now these two things I'll select shift A. I'll make it 16 pixels. These three things I will do shift A. I will do 16 pixels. No problem. Now these extreme true frames I will select, I will do shift A. Now see this particular frame, this responsive thing is a different concept. That the gap between them is 254 pixels. Now let us create these three things as auto layout. So now my phone screen is slowly taking its shape. I will add a background color as fill color. I will add 24 pixels padding. I will add 16 pixels padding. My phone is taking shape like this. And I can make it smaller. Only thing is that I have to make it fill container. It will be responsive like this, So slowly my phone screen took shape without creating a frame, folks. Now, this particular thing, if you see, this will always maintain 285 pixels gap. Even if I make it this big, this will be center aligned. Let's make it fill container. It will be fill container, but the gap between them will be always 285 pixels. So you have to again maintain it like this. But there is a special condition in this overflow menu, where if you go, the spacing mode is packed. Instead, you make it space between. Then both of them take the extremes. Whatever space between is left. This is the super most responsive design. See, your phone is becoming tablet. So two types of spacing between objects. Absolute, you specify 100 pixels, 200 pixels, 500 pixels, or space between. Whatever space is left, it will count. Now, if I want to add one more icon, I can change these icons, like, I can move them left, right, or I can Control-C, Control-V, no problem. Because between these two extreme frames, the space between logic is added. I select one of the icon, and from here also I can change to phone. See? It's totally customizable. And this parent frame, I have added up padding of 24 pixels. It can be 32 pixels also, whatever you feel, and you can benchmark applications. In different applications will have different, depending on the design standards. You'll be like this, something like this. Now this particular thing is at the center. If I click this thing, this particular thing, if you see, if I stretch it, I can make all these things space between. I can make it now, see 210 pixels is the gap, rather I make it space between. So it will always fill the top. So that means it is space between from both the directions. Now you may want that, okay, space between is okay, but let's select this and this, and I'll add an auto layout between them and make it 100 pixels. I mean, I want to make it down. I can want, like, this is my design, I want an illustration here. Now again, if you stretch, some problem happened, I have to make it fill container, again go inside, make fill container, then it will work like this, and then this space between condition will also be applied. And at any one time you think that, no, this is a stupid condition, you just subtract it, use ungroup, again it will be like, it will forget. So very flexible, make, break, make, whatever you want. Yeah, it's because all this gap, I'll make it space between and everything will fall in place. Yeah, like this. So now as soon as you make this image bigger or smaller, the whole interface is responsive to it, if you see. Right. So now you have, this particular whole experience, much richer than this one. And now what we will do is that like all these things on the top, they are made out of components and everything. I can change the moon, I can change, all these icons and everything. But let us see that, these 3 icons which we created. Yes. So once you scale the thing to tablet size, then the image you can manually scale. Like it is a fixed image proportion, you can make it 450 pixels, because the image doesn't know how much you want it to fill, right? It's a decision of the designer. Okay, now let us try to see whether we can make these buttons as components. That will be a cool thing to learn, right? So because this is a thing which I am sharing, which is also a practical constraint, that you created auto layout, you created design, then you realize that, my God, so many changes are coming, my client is mad. Let me I should have created components, because your client is saying that let's use square buttons, rounded buttons are off the trend now. Then what will you do? Your entire flow will crash, right? So let us create a situation, same situation like this. Now you have this particular buttons coming in multiple screens, so many screens it is coming. Like, how do you control with one screen? So to do that, we have to create components. But then you'll be asking that I already created the auto layout, can I create components now? Yes, you can create components at any time. So I will select all these 3 icons, I will create multiple components, and what we will do, that is like company logo / Apple, company logo / Google, company logo / Facebook. Because if we do not make it like this, we cannot change the icon in individual buttons, right? So this is one button that we have to change, and this is another style of a button. And then we have, so this is a button without icon, this is a button with icon, and these are secondary buttons. So we will use this Google logo, Control C, we'll place it inside here, we'll just delete it. And Apple one is okay, Apple one is on the black side. I think we don't need it, we just need 2 type of button. We'll select both, we'll create multiple components. So we'll write it as button / simple, and we'll write it as button with icon, with logo, let's write, or let's just write CTA simple, CTA with logo. So now we have CTA with logo, CTA simple. So I select Control C, I'll go inside, I'll do Control V. Now this has become like continue with email has become one parent button. Now I'll do Control C, I'll go here inside this, I'll do Control V, Control V, Control V, and I'll delete this other ones. Delete. Now my screen, this particular screen is made up of components now. So the first one is Apple. I select it. I change this thing to Apple. Continue with Apple, because editing of font is allowed, right, in components. Why do I create another button for Apple? And changing color is also allowed. Change it to black. Changing text color is also allowed. I change it to white, like this. Continue with Google. Continue with Facebook. Continue with Facebook, like that. So now this gives me some control, these 2 things, that even if my button is placed at multiple places, like it's not a right example, but imagine there are 5 screens. Now I select this CTA, the corner radius 38. If I make it 0, see everywhere it becomes sharp edge. I select this CTA, I make it 0, everywhere it is sharp edge now. Now this particular padding that I have used, if someone says that reduce it, I can make it 16. See all the screens, it's becoming tighter. I can change this top padding from 16 to even broader, say 24 pixels, or I can make it narrower, say 12 pixels. So all the screens are responsive to it. When you are changing the padding, yeah. So all the responsiveness is still there when you're changing the padding. We use multiple components of a button for different states, and we link them through interactions so that in prototypes, they become interactive buttons. All these buttons are part of company design system. So there are different design systems for different device size. Every company has. So you will have some design system for web, some for mobile, and there will be different components also. But mostly size of text is not a thing which happens with change of screen size. Sometimes it happens with header little bit, but the readable text remains of the same size. So this is how we actually can, create this control over your design. Now let us go into a little bit of interactions, and then I will quickly show you how you can create something like this also. Now let us see this second screen. Now what all things are there in the second screen? You have this thing which you can get from Iconify like this. You have enter your email like this, 2 things. Then how do you create a box like this in auto layout? This also I will show. And okay, let us take a small text example like this. Okay. Now I will write, I'll make a copy of it. I will write email, and I will do Shift A, and I'll stage this thing. I will add a fill color like this. So very easily, and I can add paddings on the left and right separately. Padding like this, 16 pixel. From the top, it is 16 pixel like this, and or maybe from the top 12 pixels like this. Add a corner radius of 16 pixels. So this will be exactly like how it was here. And then these 2 components, let me just, you can always create an icon thing like that, Shift A, and this one and this one, we'll make it, reduce it like this, and I'll increase the container size like this. Now I'll make everything left aligned, and I'll make this text as fill container. So what will happen is that it will always fill the container keeping this gap. Or what I could have done is I could have made it hug content and made it center aligned. But when I make it center aligned, then this thing is also maintaining a gap with this thing. So what I will do is that I will do space between. So when I add space between, this thing and this thing are going on the extreme 2 corners of the page. So how do I make sure that my text is always at the center and yet it is all space between? So I can add, I can add a similar thing on the right, and I can make the fill value or pass through value 0. So this way I'll have a similar padding on the right. If I do not have it, I can have, I can have it, say I can maintain a gap, say Shift A, and I can maintain a gap of 150 pixel, but it will be always very difficult to maintain that gap if you are getting it, because my frame can become this big or this big. So to keep it center aligned, I will always have, and ungroup it, I will always have 2 variants, 2 different parts of it. And the second one, I can keep 0 padding. And then I will leave space between, like this. So now this will be always keeping enter your mail at the center, right? So then we have this one, Shift A, this particular thing I will do fill container. These 2 I can select and make the gap as 24 pixels. And these two things I can, sorry, I don't need, I can reduce the gap as very less, like this. So I have most of the stuff exactly like how it was here. And I already have the CTF. So I'll make a copy of this guy and I will do Control X and I can just paste it over here. No problem. I'll put it on the top. Illustrator I don't need. And I just need a CTA. So I'll delete all this stuff. Instead of space between, I will do packed. Or rather, let it be space between. I will create some gap, create an auto layout here and make it 100 pixels or maybe 50 pixels like this. Now, this particular thing, I will do fill container. The same things I'm doing, nothing different. Fill container like this, fill container, going inside and making it fill container. I will make it fill container like this. So interior mail is always at the center, no matter how much message. So it's not responsive yet. I'll click make it fill container. The top part also I'll make fill container. Only when you stretch your frame, you see what is happening. Done. I will add a CTA. I will click Control C and I'll put it over here like this. And these two things I will do Shift A and I'll reduce the gap something like this. Right. So this is a very typical screen where the gap of this from the top I can measure. It's 474 pixels. And here also I can measure from the top, it is 472 pixels. So I can increase 2 pixels, 221 pixels I can make. So it will be exactly the same size. Now I'll make it fill container. So it is a completely responsive screen. Not yet. Again, I have to check because I added something. Fill container. Yeah, now it is fully responsive. So this frame width is 524. I will make this frame width also 524. So exactly same screens, same area. I have this continue with email. So I create a copy of this thing, the second frame. Now second frame, what happens is that this email thing, the design is little different. I have a stroke color. The stroke color is green and the fill color is not there. This is the only difference. And I have this keyboard. So this is just a keyboard which you copy from Google. Like this is just copy it like this. Copy and paste it like this. So I will do Control X, put it inside this frame. So here what happens is that this particular frame is auto layout. So anything I put inside, it will be auto layout only. See, that blue thing is trying to control it. So what I have to do here is that I have to select this frame. I have to delete the auto layout. Now I don't need the auto layout because I am creating a interaction. I am making an interactive prototype. I will ungroup it. Yeah, auto layout is deleted. Now I can plant this thing very easily here and I can move it around. It will not conflict. Right. So I will do Control C and this auto layout also I will delete. I will do Control V. But this keyboard is part of this frame, but I'll move this keyboard with my down arrow outside the frame. And you are able to see it because clip content is not on. If I do clip content, you will soon find that this keyboard is getting invisible because this keyboard is going below the frame's visible area. And only whatever is the frame size that is defined is visible. Rest of the stuff is invisible. So it is outside the frame now. Right. Now, if I select this one, let us see how some animations might work. So in the prototype, I will select continue with email. On clicking, I will go here. On tap, go to this frame, instant, or it can be dissolve, or it can be moving from the right. And while it is moving in, it can be ease in and out, or it can be gentle. right? Something like this. And on clicking on this text box, the keyboard will move from below. So on tab, navigate, smart animate, gentle. And while you are clicking back, you're going back to this frame, click back again, you're going back to this frame. This is not smart animate, maybe this is just dissolve. Let's see how the prototype comes, because I think this frame was generated through this. I'm not able to find a link to hide this phone mockup, because usually we work on custom frames, and now this will be removed. Yes, now it is fit to screen. Okay, now when we click on continue with email, the next frame comes like this. We click on email, the keyboard moves from below to the top like this. I click on back, it again disappears. See how the color transition also happens. Very smooth, back, again comes back. So this is a very simple interaction. So this is how something which is outside the frame will come inside the frame like this through auto animate. Yes. So Vaishali, we are right now discussing about complex screens where multiple auto layouts exist with each other, coexist basically. And how do you animate in these complex scenarios? How do you have control in those complex scenarios? Yes, let me open Salonis file also. Layer of second text, I'll do Control V. I'm a new brutalist card. How are you? This hello thing, I will increase the size to 24, make it semi-bold like this. This one I'll make it regular. Now this particular line, I will do Shift A. And with this, I will create an auto layout between them. Now, if I want to make the size of this thing smaller, this thing does not fit. So all I have to do is I have to click this container. This container means this auto layout, and I want to make it fill container. So this container is filling the container within which it is, but this I am new brutalist card is not. So I have to click it and do it fill container. Now this particular thing is very nice because it becomes responsive. And I think this might be one of the problems for everyone. So this is pure text. If you see from the layer, this is the existence of this is as pure text. I can change it to bold color, bold size 24, all those things. Now I pressed Alt and Shift, made a copy of this thing. And I double click and then do Control V. So the text was already copied, so it got replaced. And this is also pure text. Now, as a text box, you can actually make it bigger and smaller by dragging. But if I convert this into auto layout, how do I convert this thing into auto layout? Is by clicking this text and doing Shift A. Shift A, as soon as I do, this thing becomes auto layout, which is represented by these 3 vertical lines. Now, if I drag this container, so every auto layout has a container and has the objects inside the container. Frame 103, wherever you see these vertical 3 lines, that is the line of the container. And then this container and this hello text. So I can make an auto layout between these 2. Now what happens is that frame 104 becomes the container, within which I have a container, the content of the container, and another content. So if I make this thing smaller, if you see this hello text, including this thing, they don't become responsive. So I have to select this container first, and I have to make it fill container. That makes frame 103 container, which is also a container, as responsive. So as soon as I move, if you see, this is becoming responsive, but the objects or the content of the container, they are not responsive. So I'm selecting I am neo brutalist and I'm making it fill container. Now what happens is that this particular card, this particular frame 103, along with this, both of them are actually in this condition of filling the container. Now, which container are they filling? They are filling their parent container, which is frame 104. So whenever I'm seeing frame 104 and I am making it bigger or smaller, inside stuffs are becoming responsive. So this is the overall funda of auto layout. Now I can change the gap. I can make it 16. So this will change the gap between, these two objects. I can make it 8. Also in this container, if you see, the objects are not center aligned. So I can make them center aligned, but this is only the container. I can select I am neo-brutalist, make it middle aligned like this. So now this is what my card became, like this, right? Now this is nothing but a frame. So I can add a fill color. Here the fill color is white. I can add paddings across. So I can add paddings 17, maybe add say 20 paddings and 16 padding like this. I can stretch it again. Now I can add more padding, 24 padding. Yeah. Now I have this button. So how do I make this button? I click again, I write great, exclamation mark. Shift A, this becomes auto layout. Add a fill color. The fill color is red. The text color is white. Select a frame. Add a little bit of padding, 16 and 12. And then this is my button. I can do Control X, go into this parent auto layout, Control V. So this is basically my master frame, how it came to be. Now I can have these two inside as Shift A, and then this master thing having a different padding, so I can change the gap between these two. This is also something that we did last time. Now with this, a problem happens is that this card again lost the fill container relationship. So I have to again go inside and do all the fill container down to the last level. Now this has become my nice responsive card. With this frame, we can add corner radius. And what more we can do with this thing? If I stretch this card vertically, this great thing stays here. So this is the context where Saloni was asking whether vertical alignment is something that we do or not, right? So here I will select frame 104, and if you see, this is what decides the gap between the CTA and the text. This is decided as 20. I can make it 24. I can make it, even manually I can bring it here. But if I make this dialog smaller, it will be very rigid because it is maintaining 129. Rather, if I make this whole thing, instead of packed, I make it space between. Then what happens is that it will only respect the padding of 24 pixel, but rest, it will respect the height of the card. So this is only where vertical auto layout with space between is used. Now, if you see, this thing pushed this whole thing down. So because this thing actually responds to it in this way. And this particular thing is not space between, I'll make it space between and hub content like this. So I decide the height, and this is how this thing goes. Okay, so this is basically how you make a responsive dialog box like this. And at any point of time, you can make things left align or right align, yeah, like this. So you can make this thing left align, this whole section as left align, and this thing to be left align. And you have, say, two CTAs next to each other like this. So basically, we tried to create a different component altogether, like as if this is a dialog box, a dialog model which comes, and then this is where accept and cancel comes. Now we will go into a little bit of advanced. What happens is that this particular dialog, if you see, suppose I am using it in an interface. Let us take an example. Let me take just a screenshot from our page flows for. So I'll make it frame selection. Now, a little bit of advanced animation techniques, and we'll slowly move into the concept of variants. So what happens is that I'll write it that and get more very bad content, but something like this, accept, and then this one is cancel. Now we are saying that when you click on this button, next customize, sometimes it will happen to in your career that it will happen at times that this is a screen, you have just joined Gumroad and you have to, create this scenario of creating this dialogue, or it's a very small feature work, right? So how do you actually do this thing? You actually take a screenshot and work on screenshot, because you might be new to the company, you don't know anyone in the company to get the previous Figma and all. So we will do a technique where you take a screenshot and you work on the screenshot. So now imagine like this is a frame selection, this is a screenshot, right? So you got it from YouTube or whatever, you're desperate to complete this work. And the same thing happens in very big companies also. Sometimes you have joined and you don't know whom to reach out for the Figma. So if you see fit to screen, so this is how your screen looks like. In this resolution, it does not look bad also. But from here onwards, you have to create your flow. So I will do a button changing. So what I will do is that I will write subscribe and I will do Shift A. So with Shift A, I will respect the color style of this button. I will bring this thing on top of this. Subscribe, I will change this to say 28, I don't know. Yeah. And then we will try to increase the size of this button. Then we will add corner radius and add a stroke. And the stroke value is 2, like this. So we will quickly, place this thing on top of this. Now, if you see, there is some kind of, distortion happening. So what we will do is we will add a patch. We'll just add a rectangular patch, this color. So now this frame is basically part of a JPEG image. And if I see model 4, see subscribe button has also appeared on top of it. So now, as if nothing happened, I mean, as if this is the interface, which was a ready-made interface. So I will click on subscribe, and then this particular thing will appear. This is my goal. So how do I do it? First of all, if you see subscribe, these kind of buttons in a neo-brutalism style, they have 2 states. First of all, the button stays like this, but as soon as you hover on the buttons, some strange thing happens. Let's see what happens when you click on something. So we are slowly heading towards the concept of variant. Yes. Did you observe this? There is a black shadow. So the button basically floats once you hover on it. And how do you do that? How do you simulate this whole thing in Figma? So this is the button. This button is basically the button when nothing is clicked. And this particular state is called rest. And this is a very important thing for making design systems. And then there is a state of the button when we hover on the button. When we hover on the button, this particular button will get a shadow. So I will go to effects, I will add drop shadow, but I don't want a blurry shadow. So blur will be 0. This gap will be 2 and 2. And then this percentage will be 100%. Now you see, I get a shadow like this. If you want even stronger shadow, add one more drop shadow. Again, make it this time 4 and 4. Now you see, this is such a big drop shadow. Now what I will do is that this particular frame 110, I will name it as button / primary / rest. So this is a primary button and it is at rest. I will click this detail. I'll paste it over here. Only thing, the last thing, I will change it to hover. Now I can select this, make it a component. I can select this, I can make it a component. Now I have 2 components. When I select both of them, because they share this naming system, button primary rest, button primary hover, I get this option on the right, which is called combine as variants. When I do that, a purple outline dotted thing comes. Now this is where magic starts happening in Figma. Basically, I can select one of the components and I can see from here, I can see there are two properties, primary and rest, right? So I can make this thing bigger also. I can select this. I can select this and I can do this plus. So this plus thing comes. I can change this color to white. And this particular change that I did, I will make another plus for this. I will make this, I'll remove the color like this. Okay, we'll look into it later on, but let us focus here. So now what is happening is that, yeah, I can repeat after naming the buttons. So basically I selected any button, then I can see a plus sign coming, right? So this button is called primary, but this particular button, we have to call it a different thing, which is I can go to, so basically if you see this button variant has two properties, primary and secondary. And it has two properties. One property is to disclaim, is to say whether a button is primary or secondary. And the other property is to say whether it's in the rest state or in the hover state. So this particular row is for primary buttons. This particular row is for secondary buttons. Now I can select this button, which is on the second row, and I don't see any secondary option. So I can do add new and I can just write secondary. So, and this one also, I have to write the same name. So I can copy it from here. I can name it secondary. But rest, I think this is rest and hover. So what happens is that if I select any one of these and I do Alt Shift and I bring it outside, I get this control here. I can change it from primary to secondary, from rest to hover like this. So this is the beauty of variants. So how the purple box appears in variants is that, like if you imagine that I have this rectangle and this rectangle, let us make a component. Let us understand components and understand how things are made. So let us make a toggle box. So basically, imagine this is kind of a toggle. I add stroke, remove it, make the strokes to be like 4, and then I will use an ellipse like this. I'll make it a little smaller like this, right? So this is a typical toggle box, right? I can copy both and then reduce this size to match like this. Now I will change this fill color to yellow color. So this is a NeoBrotex toggle. Now these two things I can select and I can make it create component. Now this is a component, and this particular thing, let us make a copy of this thing. Now this becomes an instance. If I'm complicating you guys, let us not create a component. Let us create a copy of this guy like this. So basically it's two different designs I have. It's a typical toggle where the first one is gray. Basically the switch is off. As soon as I turn it on, it becomes yellow. So this is the component, basic component that I have. Now this is usually what happens when we select toggle, and even I can select this and I can make it gray color, which will even add some emphasis like this. So as soon as I add this color, let's make it like this. Yeah, it changes to this. Now I can select this guy, make it a component. I can select this guy, make it a component. Now what are these things called? These are called toggle. So I will write toggle / rest. And then this one I will make toggle / clicked. Or I can make it like toggle. This is inactive. I can write toggle / active. Now, when we have the naming toggle / inactive, toggle / active, if all of you remember my last class where we made icons and how we made SVG icons with / naming, and I could easily replace it. If you remember in day 3, we were doing it. We were creating a lot of icons and we were using slash namings. Remember, everyone? So slash naming is very, very powerful in Figma. So as soon as we add slash naming and we select similar components, first condition, both of them should be master component. And then you will have this combine as variants. Whenever you do combine as variants, this purple box appears. Now this purple box always comes with property. Here the property that comes is that active and inactive. There are two properties. So I can, double click on property and I can even write state. So the property name becomes like this. Now I click this guy, Shift Alt, bring it outside. Now I get this, active inactive thing, which I can choose. This is very, very powerful. And this becomes even more powerful when we add, but there is one more way you can do. The other way is that you can create a copy, and here you have to basically create one more layer of components and swap it from here. But it will not give you much faida, right? I mean, it will be same. And what will happen is that you will create nested variants unnecessarily. I mean, you will have one layer of components and then you have another layer of components to just control it through variants, basically. Instead of what will be saved from instance, right click swap instance. The rest, everything will be same only. But this makes the Figma files heavy and your Figma will soon run out of memory. Okay, now the important thing is, now that I've created a variant, how do I break the variant? Breaking the variant is get everything out of this variant. This is how you break the variants, as simple as that. Now let us go to module 4. So module 4, if you see, suppose I am using a design. So I have this screen and all, and I just bring it outside. I can put it like this, like a toggle experience like this. On the toggle, let's put it on the top only. Now, if I see this particular prototype, what happens is that I have the toggle. But now I can do one thing. I can actually go to prototype and I can do a connection inside. That on clicking, it will go to this state. And on clicking, it will come back. This will help me to make this thing like clickable. See. And you can add auto animate also to do it. So this is a very simple thing. Basically, you're doing the same animation connection, but inside the variant. Right? And this is where things get more interesting, because this subscribe button also, I can add and say while hovering change to this, and I'll make it instant only. This also while hovering change to this. So that means this particular screen that I was working on, option fit to screen. Okay, I have to replace it. So I have to take it outside and I have to bring it inside this guy. Now see this particular thing, rest of the stuff are all, screenshot, but nobody will know. Did you see this guy has become living now? There are so many components. And this is an open design system. These are like all checkbox, all field and everything. And there are complex variants already created for it. So this is a design system which you may think that I want to reuse in my projects instead of creating again and again. So ideally what happens is that if this thing gets published, and publishing this thing, like if I select this component and if I go to asset, if you see in this page, I will see everything here. Like all I have to do is that I have to search for button. And as soon as I search for button, I can see all these buttons. I can just drag and drop a button. I can do shift 2 and here I can check all the type of buttons that I'm getting. If it is from a good variant, then basically I think these are from good variants. So you can select here, you can see this is such a complex variant. I can choose the style, I can make borderless, round or whatever. Color is primary, secondary, neutral, I can do it like this. So typically when you are working in an organization, they are going to use paid Figma. And in paid Figma, they are going to publish their design system. So as a designer, when you are designing an interface, suppose you are creating a dialogue, you will be looking for buttons typically. So I will be having one button, second button, I will make it to secondary. Okay, now I will look for dialogue. Okay, maybe sometimes people use different nomenclature. Let's go to components. What do they call dialogues? Let's see. They call it card maybe. Like what are the conditions of this variant? Text, status, state, right? But there is no variation for color as such, right? What if I want to create a variant for two colors, which is a monochromatic and one is like orange color or whatever? So I have to go to this, particular thing, and then I have to add a property, and the property will be color. And then another thing that you can do is that you can change the design from here. For example, if you go and click on this particular thing, and you can see it's kind of, I don't know if they've used auto layout, but this particular circle, you can make it, okay, these are all part of some master component. So that's why you cannot change. You can even do minor changes and all. Like for this particular thing, okay, these are all not, these are the semantic variants. So you cannot change the things. It is controlled by at a higher level, at this level. So these are the main components here. So if you have to change anything, you have to change at this level. You have to change this thing here only. You cannot change it here. So these particular structural things are placed here, and inside all the variants are kept. Let us create an example of a text box. So let's write that your email here. We're creating a sign up experience. So pixels, regular, we'll do Shift A, we will add stroke, we make it a little bigger, and we have little bit of 16, and we have one more thing, which is email, Shift A, fill color, rounded corner. These two things, again Shift A, little bit of negative, this thing, I'll change the order to first on top, and this particular guy, I will do a left padding of 32 pixels. Or not like this, I have to add one more auto layout, and here I will change it to 32 pixels or something like this. And this particular variant, I'll make it like this. And this guy, I'll make it 24 pixels, right? So this is a very, like, you may have seen it a lot of times, kind of a thing, 24 pixels. I'll make it medium. And your email here, I'll make it 16, and I'll make it gray color. Not that gray, super gray. Your email here. Yeah. So this particular construct and this particular construct, the only difference would be it will not have a header, right? And then if I select these two and if I create component set, what happens is that it creates a component set. So first of all, we write the property of this component set. What is the property of this component set? This is like text box or input field. This is input field. Input field. And input field is the core property. So here the property is input field. I mean, this variant is about input field. But what are the core two differences for this? This is called a label. So here the property is label. Here the label is there, right? We can all see a label is there. A label is there. Here I don't see a label, so no label. Now I drag and drop this guy, put it in the main page. This becomes with a toggle. Like I can have multiple auto layouts also. So 24 pixels, Control C, Control V. This is become new description. But now in course of design, if your PM or devs or your user feedback says that without label it is difficult, what should I add here? So I click it, I make it like, okay, with label. So you change this component to with label. Now you change this to password. You change this to, what? Secret question. Are you getting it? So basically, I can choose to have this with or without the label. And this is where I am talking about a master component being created like a design system level, where we have created a component from scratch And now we are controlling the structure of the component. If or if not, it will have it, like that. But that does not interact. So let us expand this component. Okay, let us change this thing to, I will make copy of these two components. I'll keep it over here. Now I will change this, this particular guy to have a fill color of very subtle gray, and I will change this outline to yellow or any color, when you see green, right? And this particular thing, I'll do Alt Control C, I'll do Alt Control V. Same thing is copied. Now what I will do is that if you select input field, you will see errors. I mean, this particular input field, this is called label yes, this is called no, this is label 4, this is label 3. So this is not a right way to arrange variants. Rather, in the input field, I have to add one more property, which will be called as states. Create a property. So these two things are basically rest state. And these two things are basically hover state. Now I am getting one more level of control from rest to hover also along with it. So I am basically making changes to this variant and making it more robust basically. Now what I will do is that in the prototype, if you see this guy, it's not interactive, right? This is interactive, this is not interactive. So I will change this thing from on hover, it will change to this. While hover, it will change to this. Now, in this design, let me change the last one without label. So we'll select the last one, label yes or no. Okay, so label 3, label 4, two different things are there. So this particular thing is label is yes, this has label. This particular thing, the label is no. So we don't randomize our variants. Now I can come here, I can choose not to have this thing. So why did the toggle disappear from here? Because see, the way you write yes and no, right? These are all small case, this is capital small case. This will actually destroy your variant. So make sure that you create the same. You see, I made Y as capital letter, na? That's why it was not happening. So it's best to always copy and paste. It took me a lot of time to figure out why this was happening. Now I can select, say I'm back with the toggle. So I can change this, your description here. Now if I go to model 4, do you see I have the hover state also with it? So it has nothing to do with toggle. So for that, you have to create, what are the states? Hover and rest. So we have to write error state. That means we have to create one more variant plus, and this particular states will be error state. With this error state, I have to change the stroke color to red. Now I write something, it might happen that, suppose I'll make a small flow for it only, that, I click something here and here I write, so this particular guy changes to error state. So basically I come here, I click on this guy, when this frame comes, as soon as I enter this thing, so it's like this, I click here, please check your password, the error state comes. And you can even make it explicit like, so, but all these components, how this thing will come, will be defined at design system level. So now you all can connect more to design system, that how many conditions a design system takes care of. So if you see this particular thing, a label with an input with a description, a label with an input and under different states, then it will have success message, it will have warning message. So at design system level, all these things will be defined. Like for example, Sonakshi, not registered is an information. It is not a critical error. So it will come as an info message. But if there is an error, it will come as red. If it is coming as successful, it will come as this. So for different stages, different components are created. That's why the design systems start looking little scary when you have so many things inside. So if you go into this, checkbox experience. So this is a checkbox experience. If I pull this thing out, so now you all know how to create this checkbox, right? I have text, with text, yes and no, two variants created. So it is not a good component because this particular thing is jumping, but it's okay. Then status is selected, unselected, indeterminate. Then we have hover, we have active, we have disabled. So all these states are there. Using a design system on your own, then you don't have to you have to take care of lot of states, because you don't know in which flow what will come. But if you are working on a company, like if you are working on Zomato, their design system is called Sushi. If you're working on Paytm, I totally believe they also have a design system which I don't know the name, and material design system is already there. So let's see design systems and what all things are covered. If you see Google's design system, if any one of you join Google, then you can see these are the type of components which Google already created. So if I make a copy of this, Google has created filled, outlined, elevated, text, and tonal. This type of buttons. Every button has with and without icons, and every button has all these 5 states. So in terms of permutation combination, you can see what all things are needed. Basically, how these variants are created is that first let's take field and no without icon and enabled. So I just make copy of all these 5 different conditions. So I will make 5 conditions. So I will have field, or I will have outlined, or elevated, or text, or tonal. Now out of these 5 variants, I will have another set of variants which will be with icon. Now how many it became? 5, 5, 10. Now out of all of these things, if I click, I will have enabled. The first row is enabled, the second row is for hovered, the third row is for focused, the fourth row is for pressed, the fifth row is for disabled. So any designer who is creating his or her own design system for buttons alone, depending on the product that they're trying to create, they have to create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50 type of buttons they have to design. And all these buttons, if you see, they are created with auto layout. So here you cannot change the auto layout because they are children. Their parents, basically, they has the defined auto layout padding and all. To see that, you have to right click, you have to go to the main component, and these are the main component where this particular thing is defined, I guess. Yeah, see, this is the main component where you can change the side padding and all, and it will impact your entire system. So like this goes for button. Let us understand cards now, but these are 3 type of cards. So basically there is 1 card, 2 card, 3 card. The second type of card is called elevated card. The third one is called filled card. That's it. Now for chips, this is the next level. So although it might seem boring that why I'm showing you everything one by one, but to be master of variants, not only to create but to consume variants, to be mindful about using all these different states in your design, I actually recommend the entire class to break down variants of known design system like Fluent or Material or Figma or Base. Try to see the highest level, unselected and selected. Okay, so this will help you to understand the hierarchy of thought that went into creating this thing. Then these 2 buttons, we will have label only, label and trailing, and it will have like this, it will have like this, it will have like this, it will have like this. So can you understand how much the designers had to think to create it? So your design may not have persona profile and text and cross. I mean, you may use chips in your entire design for a flow, like when we were seeing the flows in the first half, we were seeing it in the beginning, we were seeing some design, right? So the tags that she used did not have cross, right? But you may add cross also in your design system. So this maybe, but you may not use icons and this thing and cross. So your design system will be much simpler than this. But for Google, they have so many products, so many chips are coming at so many product surfaces. They have to create the most robust design system, right? Like this. And then all of this, if you see, this is the enable state, then have the hovered state, then you have the focused state, and then you have the drag state. You're getting it? Like this is an extensive activity. And that's why inside it looks like so many things happening. Because anyways, some designer has to create auto layout, has to define, rename all these things and create them as a variant. So that for other people, they can drag and drop any particular thing and they are all set. Whatever they want, they can do. You see a type of button without a boundary or a fill, which is called text button. So you need to create one. You have a filled button. You have an outline button. This is called primary. This is called secondary. You need one. Okay. So basically, you should have a checkbox like this, like which talks about this button, like primary, you need primary, you need secondary. You will have a low file flow, right? Before you start the high file Figma. So basically you create this ration list, primary, secondary, text, like this. You need 3 buttons. And this one you can make little bold. And you can add all this, like you can have a small checkbox. Let's get it from dialect only. You can have this small checkbox. You don't need, like this, you can create a list of things that you need. Now let's go back. So imagine this is something which is coming out of your low fidelity prototype where you have, invested very less before starting. Now here you need all these 3 sign up buttons. You can keep it ready. But the sign up with email and the skip, they are same component, by the way, folks. It is called text button, right? So you can use the same component. Now for this particular thing, you have checkbox with label, with description text. So you need this component. Sign in, this, they're same buttons. So you have to use the same button. Clear, folks? Now if we go further, sign up with email, we are in this page. Now this name, email, password, they are input field. But if you see for password, you have a description below, which is the condition of the password. You have an icon. But for email and naming, you don't have anything. That means you have to create 2 different types of component. One is for password, one is for this. But do you have an error state? Is it in your story? Then you have to create. So basically, let us create this for our, which is called our input field. Input field. Now here I am talking about the sign up experience. So in sign up, in input field, what do we need? In input field, we need basic. We may need one with password, with icon, basic with icon, and then the last thing that we need is error state, or let's add description, and the last thing that we need is the error, right? All these things. Now, do we need error in our story? Like you are giving imagine that you are giving a experience review for your job. Do you want to show the error state? First, you have to decide that. If not, why do you spend time creating that? Am I making sense to everyone? So this particular thing is called strategy. If you do not have a design system, only create stuff which is required. If you do not require, you do not need that. So otherwise you will be unnecessarily preparing tags. Maybe tags will never appear in your scenario. So why do you create tags? So this particular thing, if you see, now I will show you guys a small plugin also, which will help you. This plugin is called Autoflow. Autoflow is something which we use quite frequently. If you used Autoflow plugin, so welcome to Autoflow. Select 2 objects. Yes, if you select these 2 objects, see, this is some kind of a condition which starts sign up experience. Then we create another condition, And this particular condition is that login with existing credential. Then we have, make another copy of it. Sorry, this and this. So are you getting it? With auto flow, first create the flow, because before you do the project, you will have the flow. You will have the low fidelity stuff, and create this kind of a matrix of stuff that you will need, and then work on the visual design of it. Create the buttons. So primary, secondary buttons can look in number of ways. No one has one size fits all for primary and secondary. You may have primary button which I created like this, secondary button like this. Sometimes your primary button may look like this, secondary may look like this. Let's say, so you have to create a styling. But what I noticed, what I observed from the file which I was reviewing is, when I was reviewing this file, I realized that the components are not harmonized. So I'm forgetting the name, sorry, pardon me, for whom I was reviewing it. Okay, so this item, this new item, first of all, Pradeep, let's make it an auto layout. I'll make it Shift A, fill this color. Now I'll do Control X, and in this frame, I'll put it Control V, and I'll create an auto layout between them and bring it inside, either left or right, whatever. Now you may ask that I want to not make it cornered, rather I want to, have some gap around. So I will do Shift A again, and here I can increase the padding. I create it as a master component, and let's replace it inside, Control V. Then this gives me the flexibility to bring changes. Now you see the master component, I'm making it like capsule. This is also becoming capsule. I'm changing the padding of the master component. This component is also changing. So master component gives you immense control on how stuff should look like. I mean, how you can get a larger control on it. I make it bold, this will be bold. I change this color to red, this becomes red or pink, whatever. In variant, how master component? So in variant, master component sit inside that purple thing. So imagine that this is new item, and I make another copy of it, which is a child. I have to make it detached and make it a master component. And let's make this yellow color a little bit of different, like this. Now I select both of them and I combine them as variants. And the only property I have is, I can have a state, and this property is rest, and this is hover. And then I have a prototype, connected prototype, which says while hovering, go to this guy. And let's get a better yellow. Subtle change. So if you feel like, what is a master component here? So these two are child. So there is no master component yet. So if I have to change the padding here, then this thing changes. And if I have to change only with this property rest, it will change. So this is the master component for rest. This is the master component for hover. If I change this guy from rest to hover, then whatever change I do in hover will go here. So this is a very, very typical case where we may need to create a master component outside this. So basically, I will show that, you create detach instance and create a master component. This is known as tag dash master. So then I create a child, another child, and this second child I change the color to say this. This. Now see, these two are instances. With the instances, I create component set, and I say that this is like tags, and the property is state, and this is rest, and this is hover. So what is the difference that happened is, now this guy can pull strings inside. I can change this 10, both the sizes changes. And this is how, if you remember, Google and all those components, they create their master component. Now I can change this padding from here. So whatever, like Pradeep created a really nice component. I'll add a flow starting point from this stage. So here, if you see, this new item, this is not the latest item. So I will do Control C and I'll replace this first. So I have replaced it with the new component, and the new component has a hover state. See, hover state. But as soon as I change this master components, this 4 to 8, now this becomes wider, which is across the rest and hover state. So that becomes a parent controller for it. Like because UI is one of my favorite subjects. So if I make a copy of this guy, and if you change this, this thing to 16 pixels and make it medium sized, and these text, if you change to say 12 pixels and here regular size, so some kind of text hierarchy is created. And if you see this bottom thing, I have to create it hug content, so it's always hugging it. And I can add whatever padding I want. Like I can add 16 pixel padding like this. And this particular thing I can change to semi-bold also. So some text hierarchy, if added, it adds a lot of value to it. I can make it bold also. Like this is ₹1000, and this it's regular. It's okay, like this. So this will make the card designs very crisp. And like Spotify, if you choose the color of these cards from one of the pixels in the design, it will create some kind of harmony. Like, either it can be this or it can be a lighter shade. So this is something which Spotify uses, right? And if you see one more small detail that we can look into is, if I put it in a white frame, there is a top corner radius, but on the outside, you can see a pink thing coming up. So I will add 4 corner radius, or I think 8, it was 8, yeah, 8 corner radius to here. And this particular box also, the lower bottoms, it is bottom right, bottom left, I'll make 8 and 8. Now this entire card, what I will do is that I will add a little bit of a drop shadow, and this drop shadow, let's make it 4, and then make the percentage be very less and the blur to be even higher. So this is how this becomes too blurry. 10% and 6. So this is like a finer modification. 8% to this is, I think, good. 5. Now this becomes my master component. So I can bring it outside. I can make it as my master component, and I can create 2 variants of it. This also I'll just yes, let me copy 2 instances and make master components, create component set like this. The first one, I will remove the drop shadow. So it will be just only on the hover state that I will see while hovering, I'll see the drop shadow. Now I can have this card here, and I can create a component like Control D, 3 things, and I can create Shift A, auto layout between them, 24 pixels, put it in the center of the screen, little bit here. So this is maybe the home section. And for folks to change picture in an auto layout, how we can do is that we can go to Unsplash. This is a travel thing, I guess. So let's search Istanbul. Istanbul gives good pictures. Copy image. Control V. So this whole image gets changed. And this particular color also you can change to one of the lighter shades of this, like this. And what else? Let's get Tokyo. The lightest pixel I'll choose, and then make it more lighter. Now, before going into how Spotify does, this is a page where, I want to add a scroll. So for that, this particular frame, I will make it, say, the height is 700 or 800 pixels like this. And see, there is part of content in this frame, which is outside the frame, right? And this is a typical situation of scroll. So how we will add scroll here is that we'll select the master frame and clip content is added. We have to check. If clip content is not added, scroll will not work. And after that, we have to go to prototype and we have to do vertical scrolling on. Now, if I go to this thing, I can scroll this page. And imagine a situation where we have more rows. Keep on adding. The vertical scroll will be like this, and everything has a hover state also. Let us do a very typical exercise where we have partial vertical scrolling. The page does not scroll, but a section of the page scrolls. How does it, how do we do that? So we will say we will subtract it, ungroup it. Okay. And let's delete it like this. Now, this is a situation where you may have like a section over here, which is, so this is just a placeholder, folks, right? Just took it for reference so that I can use it in this design and just place it on the top and to show that, part of the page scrolls. This is the problem, right? How do we solve it? So this particular, this is the header. And we have rediscovered yourself, and we have this particular section. Now I go to the prototype, I check the flow. This page looks like this. So this page looks like this, if you see. Now if I scroll, this entire page scrolls, right? But I don't want this thing to scroll. So first thing first, I have to stop the scroll at the page level. So I will have clip content, but I will stop the vertical scrolling, no scrolling. Now you see there is no scrolling happening. But for this particular section, if I want to scroll, then I will actually go to, I'll add clip content. I will make it smaller like this, maybe like this. And I will add vertical scrolling. Now what will happen is that this particular thing will be only under scroll. No other thing. But then I have a situation where while I'm on top of the box, it scrolls, but while I'm outside the box, the page scrolls. But then this guy does not scroll. So the first thing we solved, the basic most thing, yes, the basic most thing is that we have a scroll at a page level. So we go to this frame, we add vertical scrolling. So this whole page scrolls, right, like this. So now if you see, the page level has a scroll, but this also has a scroll. So this is how I'm controlling two scrolls, but it is getting little without control. So I'll stop this scroll. I will go here. I will stop this scroll. No problem. Now I will try to design the situations like this. So what I will do is that this particular thing, let us try to create an auto layout of this guy. Reader is yourself, and let's have one more thing. Now let us see this page without clip content. This is something like this. So I can stop this thing at this level. I can have a similar thing for this guy. Maybe how we can do it is that let us remove this auto layout. Let us remove this auto layout. Let us do it horizontally. So this guy and this guy are in auto layout. Now this particular, let me just bring it outside. I will do Control-C, Control-V. So I have one more section, Shift-A, and this is also under auto layout. Quite possible, right? So we are going back to our class where we have multiple auto layouts in a frame, and how do we control? So we go to rejuvenate yourself, and we paste it over here, back like this. I delete. I just change the order of few stuff so that it does not look same. Group, then recreate auto layout, no problem in that. So recreate auto layout, and then we'll put it in this frame, and we will do, let us break this auto layout also. Sorry for little randomization, something broke. So this particular thing with clip content till here and with vertical scrolling enabled, right? So here we have vertical scrolling on, and this particular frame 43 and these two are in auto layout with no scrolling. Now this particular second section, let us create a second section, Shift-A, we'll make it say 50 pixels, and we'll change this thing, And here also, because it's auto load, I can make things move up and down, move left and right, so that things look little different. Maybe move this section like this. Maybe this entire section we can move down like this. Now, this particular thing, as you can see, this frame 48, I can again make clip content till here, and in prototype I'll add vertical scrolling. So what happens now is a very interesting thing happens, because my page is created of group of auto layouts. Each group of auto layout has an image section, and that image section, fit to screen. Oh, this thing is now outside the frame. We'll just put it inside. Yes. So now if you see, this particular section is having a scroll, rediscover yourself. But here, if I scroll down, this section also has a scroll. So at a page level, I have given scroll to only this part. The header is not included in it. Now we will touch upon the problem that someone, started, in a conversation wrote that I am scrolling, then adding a modal pop-up, but then when I close the modal pop-up, I'm again on the top of it. How do I control it? So here in this part, if I click this thing and if I close the clip content, I can see two sections are there. I can make more copies of it, right? I can make innumerous copies of it, rejuvenate, rediscover, and then mindful break, whatever. I mean, maybe this is a holiday thing, some holiday mindful break, and then this is like away from everyday, write whatever content you want to write, away from everyday, purple, and this. Okay, now we have so many sections. As soon as I have the clip content on, then this is what starts happening. I can go again and again, and inside I can go.
So let us begin by looking at UI UX design beginner interview questions. First, how do you define UX? UX design is something that your interviewer is already familiar with. They expect you to explain UX design in your own way. I wouldn't suggest answering this question with a textbook definition. You can use real life examples to begin with. Talk about how companies have started to focus more on customer experience, which has resulted in a rise in the reach of the company with positive customer feedback. Although, whatever you say, remember to mention that UX design makes websites and applications easy to use and enhances customer experience. Let's move on to the second question. What is your design process? Here, the interviewer is interested in knowing how your thought process works. They analyze your approach and understand why you use that particular approach. Mentioning aspects like research, which involves conducting user interviews, for instance, can be beneficial for you. As you go through your portfolio, explain the problems you were trying to address and your approach to solving them. Let's look at the third question. Describe a recent challenge you faced and how you overcame it. Approximately 80% of the interviewers ask candidates to tell them about a time when something went wrong. So you must be prepared to answer this question. The best way to answer this question is to demonstrate your ability to remain calm and logical in the face of a major challenge. Choose your examples carefully. You don't want to draw attention to a problem that occurred because you missed a deadline or made a design error. Impress the interviewer by talking about a problem that happened because of something outside your control rather than something you did wrong. Let's look at the fourth question. What is your favorite project and what made it interesting for you? Your favorite project may not be the best or most aesthetically pleasing or the best match for the needs of a potential employer. To impress the interviewer, choose a project that reflects the company's typical design aesthetic. Tell a story about your design and provide enough detail to convince the interviewer that you can handle difficult design challenges. Let's see the fifth question. How did you find your way into UI UX design? It goes without saying that you chose UX design because it excites you and inspires you. You must respond to this question honestly and enthusiastically.
Your response should persuade the interviewer that you are a good UX designer who understands how to apply user experience design principles to every project. You can answer this question by focusing on characteristics that distinguish you as a UX designer, such as empathy. Make it clear to the interviewer that you excel at analyzing user needs and having empathy for people who use your designs. Next, problem solving abilities. UX design is about more than just design, it is also about assisting users in overcoming their greatest challenges. Your response should demonstrate that you have exceptional problem solving abilities. And for the sixth question, we have what kind of research methods do you use when starting a project? Don't try to impress the interviewer by mentioning complex research methods you've never used before. Be truthful about your current strategy. Tell the interviewer if you wish there was a better way to gather information. This demonstrates your critical thinking skills and commitment to continuous improvement. The key point is to let them know that you are aware of the research process. Tell them about the methods you use and you would like to use. Let us look at the seventh question. What distinguishes the role of a UI developer from a UX developer? There are numerous parallels between the roles of a UI and UX developer. UI developers are primarily concerned with creating interactive and navigational elements that assist users in navigating the product, whereas UX developers are concerned with improving the quality of a user's interaction with the product. UI refers to screens, buttons, toggles, icons, and other visual elements that you interact with when using a website, app, or any electronic device. UX refers to your entire interaction with a product, including how you feel about it. While UI can influence UX, the two are distinct, as are the roles that the designers play. Let's take a look at the eighth question. How do UI developers and front-end developers differ from one another? A front-end developer is in charge of creating a client-side web interface. CSS, HTML, JavaScript, and other technologies are used to accomplish this. Front-end developers work on entire pages and create a website out of these pages. It is their responsibility to ensure the website and all of its components work properly. And for the ninth question, explain the layout of HTML. The HTML layout defines how a web page will be organized. HTML5 elements are used to define various parts of a web page. These include header, defines the header for a section. Nav, this defines a container for navigation links. Section, this defines a section in a document. Article, this defines a self-contained independent article. Aside, this defines stuff that is aside from the content, for example, sidebar. Footer, this defines the footer of a document. And for the 10th question, what is the importance of semantic elements? Some of the reasons semantic elements are important are as follows. The use of semantic element improves the readability of the code. When semantic elements are used, developers, search engines, and assistive technologies can better understand the content and context of a website. Semantic elements improve code consistency. Now let us look at the intermediate interview questions. The first one, how do you reduce the load time of a page? You can shorten the page load time by doing the following. Image compression, getting rid of unnecessary images, reduce lookups, reduce the number of redirects, and caching. The second question, what are some of the biggest challenges you faced as a UX designer? This is one of the most frequently asked UX designer interview questions. Always use examples when answering this question. Use something from your portfolio to demonstrate the difficulties you've encountered as a UX designer. Discuss a project that requires you to work on something difficult and how it helped you to develop a new skill. They're curious about how you solve problems. They also want you to know how you deal with stress. Discuss how you handle this situation. Third question, how do you select the features for your product? Begin by explaining why it is so critical to set business goals based on the needs of buyers and other key stakeholders. Then discuss why it's critical to adjust to these goals as users' needs change. After you've given some context, explain how you go about analyzing your user needs and ensuring that your UX design decisions are in line with them. Then describe how you consider companies' goals when making a design decision. Include an explanation of how you sample the target market, discover their goals, and solve their problems with your designs in your response. Fourth question: how do you learn from negative feedback? Negative feedback is unavoidable, especially in the professional world. So, potential employers want to know that you can accept it gracefully and apply it to future projects. Inform the interviewer that you're welcome to constructive criticism and will use it to make better decisions. It is also a good idea to tell the interviewer that you'd rather get negative feedback from internal stakeholders than from end users because UX design is all about creating great user experiences. This strengthens your knowledge of the UX design field. Fifth question: how would you enhance our product's UX? This is an excellent opportunity to demonstrate that you have thoroughly researched the company and considered how you can add value. This demonstrates a genuine interest in the role, which can only benefit you. Spend some time before your interview exploring their website, and if they have one, or their mobile app, identify one or two things that you believe could be improved and devise a strategy for doing so. If nothing stands out, discuss how you might run general usability tests to see how the current design is performing. Remember to consider their target users and mention these personas while sharing your ideas. And for the sixth question, tell me about a time when you disagreed with your team's recommendation. What did you do? The most effective solutions are data driven. That is something you must remember. Tell the interviewer that you enjoy making recommendations or business decisions based on data and proven results. You could discuss a time when you disagreed with your team's recommendation due to user research. Your research had revealed that customers were not enthusiastic about the team's recommendation. Remember that rather than subjective opinions, disagreements should be resolved using objective data. Let us look at seventh question. Give us an example of a design that resolved a business issue. You could respond to this question by referring to your portfolio and telling them about a design you worked on that solved a major business issue. You could also use a real life example of a brand that benefited from better design. Make sure to cover all aspects of the design and explain the problem thoroughly before explaining how it helped. And for the eighth question, what websites or apps are your favorites and why? Mention your preferred apps and websites. Explain why you like them, what features make them appealing to customers, and do they inspire you? As an example, consider the following. Google. Google is a prime example of a well-designed functional UX. A single search field is a great customer-friendly feature. Netflix. A simple service that uses an algorithm to recommend content based on the user's viewing history. This aids in providing the user with a personalized and easily understandable interface. Duolingo. This app makes learning enjoyable. The entire interface is gamified, giving users the impression that they are playing a game rather than learning. And for the ninth question, how do you assess a product's user experience? You can take advantage of this opportunity to describe your ideal project. Discuss the product in detail, paying special attention to the UX design. Tell them who your target audience will be and how you plan to personalize this experience for them. This will show the interviewer that you have a clarity on what you want and that you have clear vision on your goals. Now let us look at some of the advanced interview questions of UI UX design. Let us start with what fundamental differences exist between creating for desktop and creating for mobile. You can talk about the following differences. Screen size. There is a clear distinction between desktop and mobile screen sizes. This has an impact on the layout design. Desktop apps can have fixed navigation bars, whereas mobile menus must rely on pull-out menus. Then, interaction. While desktop computers can fully utilize the cursor's interactivity, mobile apps do not. In mobile apps, Users must use gestures such as swiping, shaking, or poking. Organizing content. In desktop apps, we can use the multi-column format which provides far too many layout and positioning options. Scrolling is the only option for mobile apps. Desktops are preferred for longer, more involved tasks, whereas mobiles are preferred for shorter tasks. Second question: what are your go to UX design tools? You can discuss the ones with whom you are most at ease. Here are a few examples. First, Figma. Figma improves collaboration and accessibility for UX designers. Then, InVision Studio. UX designers can use InVision Studio to quickly create functional prototypes and share them with the team. Then, Adobe XD. Adobe XD gives users a vector based system for creating prototypes. Third question: what is your area of focus? Are you a UX designer, UX researcher, or a visual designer? This is one of the easiest UX interview questions you'll encounter during your job search. You may be tempted to claim expertise in all these areas, but that is the incorrect answer. Concentrate on your greatest strength to ensure that your passion is clear. As an added bonus, discussing only one area of focus makes it easier to demonstrate that you researched and understood the company's needs. Fourth question: what distinguishes UX design from other design disciplines? You don't need to go into great detail, but make sure to explain how UX design prioritizes usability. Graphic design, on the other hand, is concerned with visual appeal. It's exactly what the interviewer is looking for. The interviewer expects you to understand the purpose of UX design and how it fits with other types of design in an organization. Fifth question: how do you identify your user's needs? Because UX design is focused on creating user friendly experiences, you must first understand the needs of your target audience before making any design decisions. Make sure you explain your approach to user research, usability testing, and user persona development, which are very important in order to satisfy your user's needs. Sixth question: how do you know your UX design is successful? Do you use any KPIs or analytical tools to measure success? You can discuss various UI UX design tools and KPIs that you've used previously when conducting a UX evaluation. The following are some analytical tools you could discuss. Crazy Egg. Crazy Egg is one of the most basic heat map tools. Then, Good Data. It is a cloud based BI solution. It can combine multiple data sources to generate extremely useful reports. Then, Kissmetrics. It can be used to generate reports and funnels based on customer behavior. And some of the KPIs include task success rate, time on task, and user error rate. Let's move on to seventh question. What are some of the most significant trends in UX design, in your opinion? You can name a few popular trends that have impacted UX design in a positive way. The interviewer is asking this question to get an understanding of whether you keep up with the trends and if they impact your design as well. Some of the trends that have become very popular are personalization, designs led by AR and VR, visualized data, and animation. Eighth question: looking into the future, what do you think will be the next big thing in UX design? Employers want to see more than just that you have the necessary skills for the job. They also want to see that you're enthusiastic about your work and that you're constantly working to improve your UX skills. Don't get too caught up in making the most accurate future prediction. This is more about demonstrating that you're aware of what's going on around you and the direction in which the industry is moving. This is an excellent time to discuss any books or UX design blogs you're currently reading. This shows that you're always learning and keeping your finger on the pulse. And the last question: do you have a product concept that you would develop in the future? You can take advantage of this opportunity to describe your ideal project. Discuss the product in detail, paying special attention to the UX design. Tell them who your target audience will be and how you plan to personalize the experience for them. This will show the interviewer that you have a clarity on what you want to achieve and that you have clear vision on your goals.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. The program offers complete advanced certification training for those wishing to pursue a career in UI UX design strategy. The course curriculum is designed and mentored by the leading faculty at IIT Guwahati and is specifically designed for aspiring learners who want a career in this domain. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of UI UX design.